-v.
Okay, sir. I think I'm doing some mistake in cloning or something, sir.
Okay.
I will check it, sir. I will take your
How
help,
many
sir.
exercises you have completed?
In JavaScript, sir.
JavaScript, HTML, or Angular? Yeah, me. HTML and
Angular I
JavaScript.
have completed one, sir, and second one I have completed mm, all the methods which are mentioned in the above comments.
Okay. What about JavaScript?
In JavaScript I have completed five, sir, including not four, sir. I will complete two today. They are at the end.
Which exercises you have completed? Because you have not updated the URL. I want.
Yes, sir. 1 second, sir. I will. Sir, impedance mismatch is completed. Develop UI with theme changer is also completed, sir. Develop
Okay.
contact form with validation completed, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What
And
about the
persistence,
data?
I will complete it today, sir.
Santosh, this is not good to
Sir,
have
yes, sir.
back. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You had
Understood, sir.
few days. You should have completed at least few.
Uh, yes, sir. I will definitely complete it today, sir. I
At
will
the end of
not.
the day, you will be in trouble and you will be overloaded with many pending exercises.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I will not postpone it today, sir. I will definitely complete it
And
today.
thing is, did you connect with any one of us? Because you didn't connect with me. Did you check with Anjali for your issue regarding your kit or solving the exercises?
No, sir, I did not connect. Uh, there is only problem with Git, sir. I think that is on my side. Ma'am already
Yes.
told me once, so I thought I
Yeah.
will do
If
it
you are again
today.
facing some issue, you should have connected with us, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that we could have solved it during the weekends itself.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, understood.
Santosh, try to make it fast, okay?
Yes, sir. I will not postpone it today, sir. Definitely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shreyas, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, what's your status, Shreyas? I think you
Um,
have updated one URL now in
yes, sir.
HTML.
I've worked on that sprint only, and there was a function, so I was not able to uh, complete all the exercises. But I'll do it, sir, today.
Okay, because you have completed persistent storage. So then developing UI and fetching data will be easier one.
Yes, yes,
It's
but
this.
I was gonna complete it, but I literally didn't have time, so
Okay,
that's why I didn't complete it. But I guess that'll not take much time, sir.
okay, Shreyas.
Yes.
Varsha, are you there? Good morning.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, Varsha, can I have your update?
I did a TikTok game. Just
Okay,
yeah. One thing is left to replay. And this is completed.
okay. What
And
about fetching data?
I did the fetch. I did the optimize asset and the testing, the test part.
Okay, you have completed it or it is
Op-
still pending?
in optimize assets, the file is creating the main.js. So I think it's completed.
Okay, then
I tried
please
all the
read the
commands.
URL,
Yes,
Varsha.
and in test cases, it's almost completed. I have not checked yet. So it will be completed by today.
So I want you to update these three exercises by today. Okay,
Okay.
tic-tac-toe, asset optimization, and test cases. Is it okay, Varsha? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you have completed all your HTML challenges.
Yes, sir.
Good. So weekends you have given a lot of efforts.
And two left, promise and fetch UI, which I have not properly
Which
started.
one? Which one?
So these two, JS,
JS.
promise and
JS. Yeah. Okay. But
yeah.
good work. Keep it up.
Okay, sir.
Try to complete the other pending exercise also.
Yes, sir.
Aishwarya.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Aishwarya.
So I worked on a few HTML exercises,
Yeah.
and yesterday I watched the session uh, for static asset optimization, and I tried it, uh, but it is not completed, sir. Like I couldn't
What about
complete.
payload
Yes,
challenge, Aishwarya? I think only one exercise is pending in HTML. For you.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hmm.
Okay. What about it? Have you started it or
So which one?
HTML payload challenge?
Sir, I only forked it. Actually, it was quite lengthy. So I just forked it and I saw that what we have to do it in it. And yesterday along with the HTML ones, I also worked on the JS
Okay.
exercises. But so just one question. Actually, yesterday it was late, so I couldn't ask. But in static asset optimization, do we also have to complete the fetch data part to like before we complete the static asset optimization part?
So if you have completed fetching data, you can use the same code and carry on with static asset optimization.
But
So
what
to
if
avoid delay, what you can do is you can go with the persistent storage code and start with a static asset optimization.
Okay, so sir, I was working on that. Like I watched the session and then I started it. But uh, what we have to do, like I watched the session, all the commands that ma'am and the learners did uh, parallelly. But when we start that exercise, uh, what we have to do, we have to minify and then we have to bundle. So output will not be different from that which was there in persistence or
Yeah, you'll
validation.
be getting the same output. The thing is, it will be a smaller pack. So when you minify it, what happens? The space is all the things are getting removed and your file size is getting reduced.
Okay.
So it will be easy for to transfer when the client requests.
Hmm.
It will be easy for the network to transfer those minified version and your package of HTML
Okay. Okay.
instead of transferring multiple files and of different sizes.
Actually, I was confused as like, do we have to apply all the commands that ma'am taught in the session in this task, or we have to do accordingly? I was confused. I will sir, work on it today also, and if I
Okay.
have any
So
doubt, I will.
simple thing is, yeah, simple thing is you can think of Java jar file. Okay, you have
Hmm.
multiple files, different packages. Okay, obviously when you run on your machine, it will be working fine, no issues. But when you want to port it to a different machine or thing, the best choice will be a jar file. Instead of transferring the entire source code, one jar file can help you to run the application on a different machine.
Right.
Similar kind of thing is happening here. This is just to relate the things what is happening. Okay, not exactly the same, but
Mhm.
something similar.
Okay. Okay, sir. Because the webpack.config.js file is already there. We just have to put the code that ma'am sent
Yes,
that day,
the entry point, all the things. Yes.
right? And it has the name of that bundle file which is supposed to be created. But I will sir work on it. And
Okay,
I will let you know.
so
Yes, sir.
make sure you complete at least two today:
Okay.
static asset and test cases.
Test cases. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Aishwarya.
Thank you, sir.
Shreyas, I forgot to mention one thing. Okay, Shreyas, I think you have not updated your URL for the first Angular assignment. Hello?
Sir,
Gallery.io.
actually,
Yes.
the thing was in the next half session when ma'am taught the Angular part, I guess I was facing some issue, so I was not in the session, and I didn't watch that session too. Is that part? So
Okay, sure.
I guess I'll have to watch it first.
Okay. So if
Yes.
possible, watch it.
Yes.
I think you were not attend the session itself, or just
No,
for
no,
solving the
no,
exercise.
no. Yeah, yeah. I was not there in the next part when the session was started. When I guess ma'am took the gallery.io part.
Yeah, how to
I
start working on it. Yes.
Yes, I pinged you, I guess,
Okay then.
that time. Yeah. So I was not there.
So it will hardly take 10 to 15 minutes, Shreyas. So
Achha.
kindly watch that and complete this. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir.
Srihari, morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes, Srihari.
I
What's your status?
I worked on completing HTML challenges, and the payroll challenge is
Okay.
started doing it, and once something I hope I will be completing it by today, and also then in JavaScript I I continued my work on that. Fetching data and webpack optimizing the static assets part, and I hope to complete them by today. Also, I tried TypeScript challenge.
Angular circuit exercises.
Yes, sir. I, I I tried writing the model classes for the given board card and type.
Okay. But
Have problem in writing that transform method using these
Shreyas,
classes, model classes.
you to start working on your pending JavaScript exercises and complete it fast, because we have reminded this already. See, once you start working on Angular exercises, again, your Java or
Uh,
JavaScript or HTML exercise will be left pending again. Okay. So it will be like you'll not be able to handle both the things together. So we have
yes,
just started Angular sessions. So before we move on with some complex exercises and difficult tasks, try to complete the JavaScript before. Okay. So that you can focus more on Angular exercises.
okay, okay, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, okay, sir.
This theory. Chanchal,
Yes, sir. So I have tried finishing the HTML part and it's been almost done. And in the JavaScript, I missed few lectures, so I would be watching the recorded session once, and then I will be trying to complete all the pending things. So,
okay, Prasanjal, what about Peru challenge and drop down? Have you completed it or
yes, sir, they are almost done. I will be updating the URL by today in the HTML. Sir.
both the URLs? Okay.
Yes.
So if you update the URL, you don't have any pending exercise on HTML.
Yes, sir. I mean, they are almost done, sir. So I will be updating by the evening today.
Okay. So what about JavaScripts? Have you started working on
Sir,
any other exercises?
no, sir. Actually, I left few lectures. I missed some lectures, so I would be watching the recorded session back again, and then I will be trying to complete all of.
How long it will take, Prasanjal? You had 2 days.
Yes, sir. So I was also struggling with the Java project at that time. So
So this is again an issue. Prasanjal, have you completed your Java exercise, Java project?
no, sir. I mean, there are two methods I have to introduce in it, and two more functionalities I have to do.
Prasanjal again, and guys, this is again a common advice or whatever you take. Okay. So if you are not able to solve any problem, okay, if there is a technical issue or anything in solving the exercises, if you're not able to solve it within, have your own deadline. Okay, if you're not able to solve it within a given your own deadline, try to connect with any one of us. Okay, so that you can solve your problem, find a solution, and start moving on to the next exercise or the next part of your exercise or project. Okay, say if you are spending the entire day, 1 day or a 2 day, in solving one particular problem or finding a solution to a particular thing, so what happens eventually, you are wasting your time, and at the end you're not able to meet the deadlines, and you have other pending exercises which are carried as a backlog. So okay, you need to have a balance between of like self-learning and meeting the deadlines. Self-learning is more important because the more you face problems and find a solution, you will learn a lot. But in terms of this course, we talk about you need to meet the deadlines also. Is it clear, guys? Prashanchal, the others.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so to meet the deadlines, you need to create a balance. Don't spend a lot of time on finding a solution or experimenting something. Okay, if you're not able to solve it within a, say, within a half an hour or 1 hour, if you're not able to find a solution, then connect with this. Or else, say, sometimes you may have a one problem, and when you find a solution, you will be able to achieve 50% of it. So remaining 50%, we can help you, or you can find the solution on your own. That's fine. But for a same problem or a same situation, if you're not able to find a solution even after 1 hour or 2 days, it is again thing which has to be considered a lot. Okay, is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Essential, that's what this
Yes,
is
sir.
for you. Okay, don't waste time on finding solutions, and again, because you have wasted 2 days of time, and again now you have javascript pending exercises, and still your Java project is also not completed. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay, Prashanchal, take care. Make sure that you complete all your exercises as soon as possible. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. Good morning, Pranali.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
What's your status, Pranali?
I have completed the HTML. Now one left in HTML. And in JavaScript, I tried to fetch data problem.
Have you completed it, or
No.
still are you facing any issue?
Facing issues, sir.
Okay, so after morning session, I will give some int, because fetching data Deepak has completed. Deepak, have you completed? And it's working fine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi everyone, Johnson. What we can do, Deepak will give present that particular demo.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Is it fine, Deepak?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he will do, because I know he know each and everything over there.
Yes, because he has already spent 1 day on it and he has completed.
Ajay also has completed, but I want Deepak, like every time we can't say to Ajay, Ajay is not here right now also. In the evening, Deepak, you need to present that particular demo to candidates. What you did, what your approach, you don't need to show your whole code over there. You just need to tell them the approach, how you have solved that.
Okay, ma'am.
So maybe by after this, Pranali, you will be able to complete this exercise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about HTML?
HTML, one left in HTML.
So when you will complete it? Have you started working on it?
Yes, today it will complete. Means after the session.
After the session today, we'll be completing it. Okay. But you need to put more efforts. Pranali, try to make it complete everything. Okay. Pranali, I can see there are 2 exercises pending, pay route and drop down.
Pay route is completed.
Okay. Please update the URL.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Pranali. Navneet. Hello, Navneet. Navneet, are you saying something?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah. Yes,
Morning,
Navneet,
sir.
what happened?
Sir, I've completed with my HTML course. One challenge is I've completed pay round challenge, and the pay round 80% completed.
Pay route is 80% completed. Okay, what about drop down?
Down.
Navneet, your voice is breaking. Hello.
Am I audible, sir? Is it clear now?
You're audible, but when you speak something, your voice is getting break.
Actually, I'm facing some network issues now. I've connected with my phone.
Okay. So what did you said about your HTML challenge? I cannot get you.
So I've done that drop down challenge, and pay out one is 80% completed.
Drop down, you have not updated the URL, Navneet.
Yes, sir. Because yes, I'm connected with my phone. That's why I'm not able to update it. I'll be completing it, updating it by the DM.
Okay. So try to make it fast. But Navneet, your efforts are not enough. You have many pending exercises on JavaScript as well.
So actually, I've completed with the implementing of the contact validation form, and I'm working on fetching the data.
Which you have completed?
So implementing the that one, sir, persistence one contact validation form.
Yeah, in persistence, you have updated the URL. What about others?
So I'm working on fetching the data.
Okay.
And so one more I've completed.
Okay, Navneet, I guess your network is giving you a lot of issue. So Navneet, only thing is make sure you complete at least one or two your pending exercise, either one in HTML and one in JavaScript by today evening. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Navneet. So, okay, Deepak.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Deepak, what's your status?
So I am working on static asset optimization.
Okay, so when you will be able to complete it?
So by today.
Static asset optimization will not take much time.
So I have to read the previous code, so demo code, then I can do that.
Okay, so HTML you have completed all the exercise. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so make sure you try, complete static asset optimization and start working on tic-tac-toe.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Deepak. Is there anyone left? Srihari, have you started working on a payroll challenge? Srihari? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Have you started working on a payroll challenge?
Yes, sir. After completing that TGX challenge, I have gone through that payroll challenge also, and I have been. It looked like it will take a lot more time, so I moved on to JavaScript challenges, sir.
Okay, Srihari, but I cannot see any updates in your JavaScript sheet also. Why? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Have
sir.
you completed the fetching data?
No, sir. I wrote only methods for persisting data and fetching data by ID.
Persistent storage you have already completed. The URL is updated. What about the other pending exercises?
Yes, sir. In fetching data, we need methods to send data and fetch contact and send contacts methods. No, sir. I wrote those methods and I implement that methods in the main script, main script JS.
You have already completed persistent storage, which means you already have a method to send data. Then why it is taking long for you to start working on other pending exercises?
I have going through some
Harry, you are trying to give some excuses. Okay, if you're not able to find a solution or complete your exercise within a given deadline, as I said before, please connect with us. I'm sure that you didn't connect with any one of us during the weekend. If you're having some other issue, please inform us. Okay, Srihari.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So anything else, guys, from your side?
Sir, in static asset, what we have to do means minimization of code, and another thing is what?
Minimization of, and you need to create a package, webpack.
Okay.
Okay. So Anjali, over to you. I'm done with the stand-up call.
Okay, Jensen. Thank you. Guys, for static one, if you have any doubt, you just connect with me for the same in the evening. Okay. But guys, me and Johnson both have given some time on Saturdays, but nobody, like only one or two candidates have connected. Even if I just put a message, if you faced any problem, if you have any doubt, you just connect me. I just openly put, like, it's not mandatory, you need to connect at that time. Johnson, I just want your opinion. Two more candidates are going to join after half an hour.
Okay.
So meanwhile, what I just do, I just start with the content, the practical demo, I just start when they all have joined. Okay.
Okay, Anjali, or else what we can do is we can ask Deepak to present and they can have an idea on the pending exercise.
We can do that also. Deepak, are you able to present?
Yes, ma'am. Can I show the code or like
no.
the overall?
First you need to tell the approach, what approach you have followed. Okay. After that, you just open your files, because in that particular time they are not able to, like, you just need to tell what you have done over there.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, because Johnson have shared so many of reference link for the same. Yeah.
Ma'am, first I have added some data in the contact.
Wait. What you need to do, I'm just make you as a co-host. You just share your screen. Okay. You need to explain these all are the files where you have make any changes, and that all you need to explain them. There's no issues in that.
Or else, if you want, you can open the URL and tell
run
what
run the first. Yeah, first run
instead
the
of
code.
sharing the code.
Don't completely share the code. Now don't explain each and everything over in the code.
Okay. Ma'am, I think my screen is visible.
Yes,
yeah,
screen is visible.
Ma'am, first I have done that. I have added some data to the contact.json file. Like through the previous exercise we have done.
Wrapper your coordinates. Okay, only. They need to focus. Guys, please focus. What Deepak is saying. Deepak, just first of all run your code so that they are able to get what output we want. Guys, have a look.
I have not started the.
हाँ तो just start JSON server.
Yes.
Just reload the page.
I think I've changed some code. Yes. Like, hello. Hello.
Yes, Deepak.
Yes, Deepak. Yes.
Ma'am, this is the output. And
he is making use of the typing code.
Okay.
URL.
Alex, I have added some data to the contact JSON, and by taking the reference from the previous exercises, then I worked on the get data method, like in which we can do the onload function. And in that, I used append the JSON method. I take reference from the Stack Overflow, which is said by SAR. And that's all. Hello.
Yes, Deepak.
That's
okay, Deepak. So, Deepak, can you provide me the access? Okay. So, guys, Deepak, can you open a Bootstrap Moodle page on your browser? Hello, Deepak.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please open your browser and open the Moodle Bootstrap. No, not this live server. Okay. Yeah. Deepak, can you type modal bootstrap? Hello, Deepak. Hello, Deepak, can you hear me? Your voice is
I think I have some network issue.
Yes, Deepak. So, okay. Or else, Deepak, can you stop sharing your screen? I will share my screen and I will tell them. Anjali, is it fine?
Okay.
I don't like Deepak have already connected me. I know he did all of these things by himself. That there is no issue in that. You just share.
Okay.
Because I think you have a small code into your machine. So I just make you as a co-host also.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just enable screen sharing for all also. It is enabled already.
Okay.
Because I want today the session is quite important. If two candidates will join, so it's like for them also. Understand the thing in a proper way.
Yes.
Johnson, it's over to you.
Yeah. So, okay, guys. So I will start from Bootstrap. Okay. So, guys, I told you that I guess you all remember. So to display a dialog box you have a separate library in in Bootstrap called as model, which is responsible for providing you some dialog boxes. Do you remember this, guys? I even shared this URL. I don't know how many of you remember this. Yeah. Okay. So here, these are HTML pages, and you have different methods to call your dialog box. Okay. So one, using a button and with the property data target, you can call this dialog box. Okay. Or you can use JavaScript. If you scroll down, you can see there are different methods which are based upon jQuery to make your dialog box display or disappear, whatever you want. You can do that. Okay. So what Deepak has done is, I'll show you. Okay. So we have a method called get data. So it will be fetching data from your JSON server. Okay. So for this trial, since JSON server is not working sometimes, I've just used a JSON placeholder URL for fetching data. So once you fetch data, I think guys, you are aware of this part. I have already shared a URL for this. Okay. Only thing is, you need to create a data object, any variable. Once you receive the response, that response is provided to the data object. Okay. Next problem where you will be facing is for the on-click method. I will share the URL for this also. Okay. So on-click method, what will happen is when you click on a button. Wait, I will run this code. Okay. So what happens is, see, when I click on this button, a dialog box should be displayed. Okay. So what actually happens is, you can see, depending upon the button I press, the text should be displayed. So if I press this particular button, the information related to this particular user should be displayed. So for that, what we have done is, see, I've just created a button ID. So each time this for loop is getting iterated, for each button, it will be generating one ID. Okay, it is an integer value. So when a button is called, show dialog, and the button ID will be passed. So here in the show dialog button, what we have done is, again, it is based upon an array. So using data object, guys, do you remember that I told you that it will be in the format of array? Yes or no? It will be like something like this. Yes or no, guys? Do you remember this? Can I have your response? Yeah. So what happened? After fetching data, you'll be having an object. You can give any name, something like this. So for first row, this should be the data. So instead of passing the object, what happens if you pass the object? It will be something like this. So which your method will not be able to recognize. So to avoid this issue, you are just passing an ID for each row. Based upon the ID, say the ID is 1, the first data will be referred. If it is 2, your second data will be referred. So you are getting the data, and then you need to call this method. Okay. Again, you can refer this on a modal site. This method is used to display your dialog box. And again, you can see there is a tag called P. I'm just adding all the data to this P tag. Is this fine, guys? We have discussed a lot about this, I guess. And one more thing, since you are working on jQuery for displaying the data, you need to add this script. Only then you will be able to call model from JavaScript. Is it clear, guys? I think now you don't have much doubt. Pranali and one more person.
From where to add the JavaScript source?
Which the last one,
In
which
HTML
jQuery.
file. Yes.
jQuery, which I showed.
Okay.
Pranali, you are asking about the jQuery which I told you in the last.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will share that reference URL also. You can copy the jQuery URL. It is just like a bootstrap library. Okay.
Okay.
jQuery is available, so you just need to refer that particular jQuery in your HTML page.
Okay, sir.
Anything else, guys? So your logic is, first you are fetching the data, and after you fetch the data, you'll be having a for loop to iterate over different objects of your response. And for depending on the table, you just need to display the name, email, contact number. So you'll be just creating a row, and each cell will be displaying a name, and the last row will be a button. Okay, so in the button you need to provide an on click method. Since you cannot pass the complete object, you can go with your own logic. Okay, is it clear, guys? Yes, Anjali, thank you. You can. Hello, Anjali.
So start now. Meanwhile, others will join. So the only the demo will going to start after that. Guys, I'm just opening a presentation. Give me a minute. When it's open, I just share it. It's taking time. What happens? It's not opening. Guys, wait, it's just taking bit time. I don't know what happens to it. Finally, it's opened. Guys, can you please confirm? Are you able to see my screen? Any one of you? Okay, guys. Guys, today you need to be, when I just, before starting a session, today you need to be little bit patient. Like we are going to talk about so many of files. So it requires certain concentration also. So please be focused. Otherwise, if you miss like today's session, then you are not able to cope up. Okay, if any like at any point of time, like due to network, you are not able to hear something, so you just at the same time, you just tell me, please repeat this for me. Guys, point is clear?
Yes, the angular part is starting, no, ma'am?
Yeah, Pranali, we are going to start with angular.
Okay.
And it's require a little bit concentration, so that's why I'm saying. Okay, guys, can you please give me the names of, if you look at in front of you, they are just asking one question. I want reply also, so that I'm able to understand whether you are attentive or not. Guys, can you please tell me the name of the some of the file that you have created right now? What are the file names? When I have just started the Angular Friday, I have introduced so many of file. If you remember any of those file names. If you remember, you just please type. Config file. So, okay. Pranali, you were talking about webpack.config data in that, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. TypeScript file. TS file. Do you know TS file and JS file? Do you remember the entry point where we have written the entry point and that all part? Guys, like we have worked with CSS. Do you remember whenever we need to design any web application, guys? It means we have an index.html file also. You missed that. We have a JavaScript file you have already mentioned. We have CSS also. Okay. And if you remember, we have a folders also, like assets folder in which we need to put our images. Okay. Now, come to the next. Index.html file, script.js file, style.css file, image folder, config.json file. Now, why I'm just talking about all of these files, guys? Are these files enough to create the Angular application? If you remember, whenever we need to design any Angular application, we need to work with TypeScript, where we need to create or we need to save your TypeScript file. These only 5 or 6 files are not enough to create Angular application. We require more files, guys, to create Angular application. And we know that whenever we need to work with Angular application, that requires a TypeScript, and where we need to add all of these files. We need to discuss that particular point. One by one, I'm just going to discuss. Now, the first important point, whenever you design any web application, each and every web application has the entry point. If you remember, in Java, you have a main method with you. Where the program execution starts. In a same manner, in web application, there is an entry point. So in Angular also, the entry point is index.html. So index page of an Angular project is also index.html, guys. Or we can say home page of any web application. Now, guys, here there is a question for you. Angular project, as I already told you, are made up of TypeScript. Guys, can you guess what is the entry point for TypeScript file? That is fine. Its extension should be .ts. Guys, do you remember the demo that you just done parallelly with me? Yeah, great, Srihari. It's main.ts file. Guys, if you remember, one day I have written in a webpack entry file. This is for guys, you need to remember all of these answers also, because in interviews they can ask these kinds of questions also. What is the index page for Angular project? It's index.html. We know that Angular project is made up of TypeScript. What is the entry point over there? So entry point is main.ts. Now, we know that browser can interpret only JavaScript code, but we are going to write Angular code in TypeScript. Which file is responsible for converting all these TypeScript files to JavaScript file and packaging all the files? Guys, can you guess? Guys, in static demo, which file I have told you to create? I got one reply, one correct and a one wrong. What about others, guys? Guys, if you remember, on Friday, we have created Webpack file. Webpack config file. This particular Webpack config file that we have created on Friday is responsible for converting all the TypeScript file into JavaScript file. And it create the bundling also, guys, packaging all the file. Packaging all the files, what it means? It's bundling. Guys, I think till right now you don't have doubt. Index page is index.html. Which file is responsible for entry point? That is main.ts. Which file helps to convert your TS file into JavaScript? That is webpack.config.js file. Now the next question. Guys, can you please answer? Which TypeScript file are transpiled to JavaScript file? We need to guess which configuration file we should use for setting compiler options, guys. We need to set compiler options. There is one file that is responsible for setting a compiler option that we are going to generate. And it is tsconfig.json file. Okay, guys? tsconfig.json file is basically used for compiler settings. Now, point is, we know that whenever we need to design any Angular project, it's depend on so many of libraries. Like if we want the bootstrap, if we want material, if we want HTML, if we want CSS, so all of these things are need to add into our library. We need to add TypeScript library also. We need to add Angular, so many of libraries. From there, we are going to add the functionalities of Angular. That's why they have written Angular project is dependent on many libraries. How we are add those libraries into our project? Should we add these libraries separately, or we can define these added using some configuration file? If you remember, on Friday, I have told you to initialize one project. That when we just initialize a project, they just created the package.json file. Guys, point is clear? Now tell me, guys, what are the file names I have told you that you need to require? You need to tell me all the file names I have told you. You need to use. We are going to use also. I got some reply. Okay. Okay, guys. Guys, you just start your machine also. You are doing to do certain things parallelly with me. So that you are able to practice also. Yeah. Now, structure and angular application. We are going to learn the structure, how to structure the angular application, guys. First, learning objective. Today, I'm just going to show you two demos in the pre-lunch session. First, we are going to design one angular application from scratch. The second one, in which we are going to design the angular application using certain tool, guys. So if we are going to use any tool, so definitely quite easy for us to generate the angular application. First of all, I'm just going to tell you what are the files and what is the folder structure of Angular project. Now, we are going to talk about Angular. When we just talk about Angular, Angular is a component-based framework, guys, first of all. With the help of Angular, we are able to build scalable web application. It means we are able to manage the objects also over there. Which platform we are going to use for the building an Angular application? We are going to use TypeScript because it is efficient and we are able to develop with Angular a single page application. Airbnb, if you remember, I have told you the Facebook blog post where you have just videos with you. Paytm. It is a collection of well integrated libraries that basically cover a very wide variety of features. Like routing. Routing, it means if you want just routing, you just compare with your hyperlinks if you create. We are able to manage the forms also and client server communications also if you just work on a network, guys. And we are able to do a lot of things with Angular. With Angular, we are able to develop application, we are able to build it, we are able to test it also. In future, if you want to update your application, if you want to update your code, so we are able to do that also with Angular. It means it's just a complete suite. With the help of that, we are able to develop a single page application, right? In which when you just load any content, it will not refresh the complete content over there. Now, there are the two ways for creating a single page application using Angular. Create single page application using Angular from scratch. Create single page application using Angular command line interface. Right. They are the two concepts that we are going to talk about. Now, first of all, we are just going to build a single page application using Angular from scratch. Guys, when I'm just going to tell you, I'm just don't worry about that. I'm just going to create so many of files. Initially, I'm not going to tell completely about what is the purpose of all of these files, what the code is written. We are going to learn all of these things slowly. The purpose of giving you the example for this, build a single page application using Angular from scratch. I just want you to familiar with the structure of Angular application, guys. This is the main agenda for this. Now, what it says, create a simple Angular application from scratch using npm, then add required files and folders to run the Angular application. Guys, before starting with this Angular, you require certain things that should be installed into your applications. What are the things that we need to install? First, we require a node. We are going to build this application from your Visual Studio only. Guys, whatever the steps I just follow, I just put a command in the chat window. You just copy and paste from there. Whatever the documentation, I just after this session, I just provide you the documentation for the same also, in which I will return all the steps and just send to you. What are the steps that we need to follow? You need just focus the certain things. Guys, one more thing. If you just focus this, the same demo you need to repeat. And you need to do the same thing in your challenge. If you understand this, so your one of the challenge is also able to complete within 1 hour, not more than that. For repetition process, we have given a, like, you are able to understand the structure, the purpose of this. Now, before coming to this, I'm just now, guys, what you need to do, you just select any of the location into your machine. First of all, let's take an example. I'm just going to create one location in which I'm just going to store the demo. And just open that particular location in Visual Studio. I have not shared Visual Studio screen. Give me a minute. I'm just choosing a location first of all, guys. Okay. Guys, can you please confirm me, are you able to see VS screen? Any one of you? Johnson, can you please ping Siddhesh or something, like who said he will join late once? Okay. Who have joined late? One is Ajay, another is Santosh. Who have joined
No,
late?
Siddesh. I have joined.
Okay,
Yes.
you have joined. Beta, till right now, we have not, like, I just started the session near about 9:50 or 9:55. Okay. We just give him certain other things, taking a stock and that all part. Because you and Ajay have joined late because due to your exam. So that's why we just covered that particular part at the time. Because today's session is quite important. If you just miss this, so you are not able to cope up with other parts.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, now I just give them brief, just to give this idea about, we are going to talk about, like, whenever I just giving you a brief in a 5 minutes. We are just going to start with the Angular application. What are the files that we are able to create over there? So first of all, I'm just going to tell you the structure of Angular application. I have not given any idea about what is the meaning of all of these files. So first we are going to create a structure. After creating a structure, I'm just pasting a certain codes over there and just show you the certain output. Later on, we talk about what code we just put it over there. First, we are going to learn the structure. So guys, you just start your machine. You are going to do it these things parallelly with me. Okay. As I told you, you just choose any location into your machine, guys. Any location, whatever the location you would like to choose it. Now, I'm just choosing a location. Open a folder. Or either you can talk about add any location, just choose it as guys. In the Visual Studio, I just choose one location. Where I'm going to create the Angular project. Okay, guys. Now, so I have just given a structure and Angular application with this. So I'm just going to choose this particular folder, demonstration one, over there. Now, just open the terminal, guys. Guys, if you remember, some of your this Visual Studio terminal is not supporting certain commands. It gives you now, it's don't support like scripting or something like. So what you can do next, you just convert your this Visual Studio into command prompt by just writing MD over there. Or either you can do one thing, you just choose a location and open your Visual Studio, like your Windows command prompt also. I have converted my this. So for all, you just do it this thing. It's sometimes what happens if you create, like if you install any library, it gives you the errors sometimes. So it is better you just convert your this Visual Studio command prompt into Windows command prompt. Guys, have you choose the location where we need to work? And you have converted your this CMD prompt? Someone is saying something. Okay, Sudesh is this side. Okay. Okay. When you all have done, so either you just raise hand or you just type in the chat window. Now guys, in this terminal also only we are going to create one project, or either you just create a project manually also. So I'm just going to create one directory, mkdir, make directory. Any name you can give. I'm just giving a name as a hello world hyphen app. Any name you can give, whatever the name you would like to give it. One more thing, don't give any space. If you want a space, you just put hyphen. It is a standard. If you don't give hyphen, that is also fine. But if your name is consists of multiple words, so you just separate it by hyphen over there, guys. mkdir hello hyphen word hyphen app. I'm just going to create one project with the name hello hyphen word hyphen app, one folder with this mkdir, one directory. Guys, have a look. Hello world app folder is created, and if you look at this folder is empty. I'm just guys, sorry, I just need to guys, point is clear. All have created one folder. I'm just clearing my screen. That's why I'm just returned that particular command over there. Now, what we need to do, we need to go to in this particular directory. It means we need to change the directory. For changing a directory, what we need to write? cd hello hyphen word hyphen app. Guys, have a look. Here it is demonstration. Here it is demonstration. Hello hyphen word hyphen app. Now, after this, guys, if anybody is like lacking behind, you just unmute and just tell me. Johnson, are you here? Johnson? Guys, give me a minute. I just check. Okay, guys. Now, after this, what we require, I just told you, we need to create certain files. So first, I would like to create package.json file in this folder. Guys, do you remember the command that I've told you on Friday, how to create package.json file? What is the command for creating a package.json file? Varsha, I think you have already done with static. Do you remember, beta? Yeah.
npx init -1.
Yeah. Ajay, we just need to use beta, and guys, all we need to use node package manager also, npm init hyphen y. Guys, have a look. This folder is empty right now. When I'm just going to run npm init hyphen y, it create the package.json with minimum set of values that we are going to change it later on, guys. You just type this command. If you want me to type this command also in a chat window. npm is node package manager, init for initializing.
Ma'am, I've got an error.
What is the error?
NPM
Yes.
error invalid name, and after that my file name is there.
npm invalid file name. Wait. It's Santosh, if I'm not wrong.
Shreyas.
एक second बेटा. I just need to make you host. Guys, if you get any error, you just tell me. Shreyesh, you are the co-host. You just share your screen, beta.
Okay.
Because I want to resolve your errors is resolvable right now. So I just resolve right now.
Okay.
Because it means your node is giving you error.
Ma'am, can you able to see my screen?
Yes, I'm able to see your screen, beta.
Yeah, this is the error I've got. This is my folder's name, Angular demo.
Beta, what I said you? What I told you? Don't give space.
Oh.
You have already given a space. I told you now, if you want space, you just use hyphen.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll try it, ma'am.
Wait, it's not like you just share your screen. It just hardly take a 1 minute. You just share your screen once again.
Yes, ma'am, doing that.
Delete this folder. It hardly take 1 or 2 minutes to do it once again. Guys, please remember my instruction. If I'm saying something, please follow those things. Otherwise, as you see, what happened? If your project name contains spaces, it gives you error. Because Angular is a standard keyword also, it's just taking away, we are not able to create a project with the name Angular. If you give spaces, so what happens? It create a one project with that particular name only. But here Angular is a standard keyword, that's why it's just giving the error to Sriyesh. Sriyesh, it's done.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen.
Guys, all your this package.json file is created for fall. -y, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, done.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you just stop sharing. Okay, now the next point. We are going to install TypeScript, guys. I'm just sharing my screen once again. We are going to install TypeScript. I'm just okay. Now the next command that we need to follow: npm I -- save. We are going to save it also. The D for development environment. TypeScript. So when you just run this command, if you guys look at, one more folder is created on that particular day. Also on Friday, one folder was created with the name node_module. I'm just going to enter. I'm just going to type this command in the chat window also. This guys, run this command. This command will take little bit. I'm also getting an error. Wait, what it says. But why we are getting error for this? Ajay, you also. What about others? Wait a minute, guys. I'm just running the same command over the. Wait, beta, wait. If you all are getting the same error, so I need to check what is the. Wait a minute. Yeah, I just tell you what's the issue. I have just missed something in that particular command. It should be like save. Guys, I just made hyphen over there. Save hyphen like development. Change your command, guys. You will not get any error over there. Hyphen is missed over there. Guys, I have okay. Wait. Guys, you just have any problem now? You just unmute and just talk over there. Because if you just pasted me any reply now, so it's like my this meeting is also going to be changed over there. Guys, I have pasted once again one command npm I hyphen save hyphen dev. In that I just missed the hyphen. That's why we are getting that particular error. Guys, this command works for you or not? Please tell me. Your node_module file is created. Package hyphen log.json file is created. For all, anyone left? Okay, now if you have done this, come to the next. Guys, the next file that we are going to create tsconfig.json file. It means we need to initialize TypeScript. What we need to write? tsc hyphen hyphen init. tsc hyphen hyphen init. Have a look. tsconfig.json file is created, guys. Now, guys, we are going to modify this tsconfig.json file. Guys, I just share you the documentation. What step you need to follow? You just focus on some of the things. Now, guys, if you remember what this particular file contains, what I told you, this file contains the TypeScript compilation information. Okay, now come to your this file. We are going to modify somewhere this file. We are going to add target. Guys, if you look at here, the target is written ES5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like we want, we are going, what we want, we are just want, they just use ECMAScript. They just use whatever the latest version of the JavaScript. So either you just write this, or either we can write ES next also, if you want. So anything you can choose, guys. Like we just write ES next, and it should be like that, this only. E should be capital, S should be capital, N should be capital. It is predefined. So what is ES next? ES next is the name that always indicates that the next version of the JavaScript, whatever the next version. Because we have version 6 also corresponding to JavaScript. We are just giving a name corresponding to ECMAScript. Sorry, guys, I just got a call. Now, guys, this thing is clear. ES next, or if you want ES5 also, that is also fine. There is no need to change in this if you want that. Now, we are going to add two libraries. One library corresponding to JavaScript, another library we are going to add corresponding to DOM. Guys, if you look at, there are so many of things commented. So I'm just uncomment this bit, and I'm just going to declare the DOM over there. Or what I can do, I just send you the code. What code you need to modify, you just put only that particular code also. Now, we are just going to add one more property, that is experimental decorator. Because we are going to work with decorators here in this. Now onwards, we are going to learn decorators also. At the bottom is given, I think. If you look at line number 65, experimental decorator is over there. Or either you can choose what I just share you one file with all of you guys. So you just simply, whatever the code is given over there, you just ignore that particular code. Okay. And you just copy and paste the code over there. Simply. Whatever you want. Either way, you just tell me what you want.
Ma'am, can you show the library part?
Just give me a second. I'm just or either wait, beta. In this way, like for some of the candidates, it's quite confusing. So what I just do, I just pasted some code in the Slack. You whatever the code is given in that particular file, you just delete that code and just paste it the code that I am just sharing. I just explain because in future we are not going to create all of these files like this, guys. Or either you want me to share, or you just do like this. DOM part. Guys, you all have, I think, modified now in a double quotes DOM and ES script. Guys, order can be changed. There is no issue in this because we just referring, we are just going to store us some library. Or guys, what you can do, I'm just copying and pasting some code in the stack. Whatever the code is written, you just delete the complete code and just pasted this code into your TS config, guys. Guys, I have shared the code. For me also, if you want, I'm just deleting this code. I'm just pasting. Guys, have a look.
Ma'am, do we need only these three that you
Yes.
shared?
Yeah, right now, yes.
Okay, ma'am.
If you if you remember, na ES script is also fine. If you want to write it, that is also fine. There's no issues in that. Target : ES script.
And ma'am, okay, okay, got it.
Okay, guys. Now, guys, all you have pasted the code. Okay. Now, we are going to add some Angular dependencies, guys. So what I'm just going to take in demonstration folder, I'm just going to create one README file. Or either anywhere, I just what happens to my machine? Guys, I'm just going to create one file in which I'm just going to tell you. Okay. Now, what are the Angular libraries that we are going to? One is core-js, guys. Another is, I just tell you what is meaning of all of these libraries right now. The another is RxJS. And according to standard, R should be capital and J should be capital. This is the library that we are going to install. Zone.js. Now, we are going to talk about what is the meaning of this particular library that we are going to just install. All of these libraries. When we just talk about the core library, guys, it is basically going to install an Angular core. It will install the essential features of ECMAScript. Okay. What is ECMAScript? If we just talk about, it's basically one of your European computer manufacturer association. It just install the essential features that we require for designing, for building the script files, guys. It bases the patches, global objects. Okay. Now, the next, when we just talk about, you just talk about like this. It will install the essential features of ECMAScript. This basically a React extension, guys. Library for JavaScript. Which includes certain methods for transforming, composing, and querying streams of data. and it basically utilized by so many of the paths, guys. Okay, next, John dot Chase. It's basically a polyfill for the zone specification, guys. What it mean, whatever the changes you just done into your application is just keep track of that, guys. It's automatically detect the changes in Angular application. Guys, if you remember, when you just run any application over the live server, it just you just need to save your file and it just automatically detect what are the changes you have done in the same manner here also. We are able to we are able to say that we are able to develop asynchronous operations, and we are able to track that also, all of those tasks. So here I have used one word that is polyfill. What is that? If you want to work asynchronously, so you want to run your application on different browsers. This allow you to work your application on different browser, guys, if you use polyfill. Okay, now we are just going to, these are the 3 libraries, the next libraries also that we are going to install. These all are basically like the dependencies that we are going to set up in package.json, and we have some Angular dependencies also that I'm just going to write. Angular core, this is the one of the dependencies that's basically critical runtime part of the framework needed by every application. It includes metadata, components, decorators, module, directives. It includes all of these things. I just share you the complete documentation for this if you want, or I just give you the some reference link also. The next library that we are going to install, that is common. Angular hyphen common. It's basically going to tell you the common like services, like provides the commonly needed services, pipes, directives. Guys, what I'm just using certain word directives. Guys, if you remember, let's take example for explaining what this particular library contains. On my page, I have 2 divs. Based on a certain condition, I would like to display those divs. Let's take example. I have one variable x. If x variable value is true, then display the div 1. Otherwise, display the div 2. So this kind of functionality, if we are going to use, then we are Angular providers predefined directives. Directives is like your if else condition, your for. We are able to implement that. So all of those things are available in Angular Common, guys. Now, next library @Angular / that is platform-browser. It contains the functionality to the Bootstrap application in a browser. It just contains the Bootstrap functionalities, guys. Next, @Angular/compiler. This is another library. What happens, guys? If you remember, we are going to work with TypeScript. We need to compile the TypeScript and convert into JS. So this file is responsible for converting your TS file into JS. It just reads the template and convert them to code that makes the application run and rendered. We don't need to interact directly with the compiler. We're just going to use certain libraries, just like this Angular platform-browser. -dynamic is one library. With the help of that, we are able to use it. One more library that we are going to install. That is @Angular platform-browser-dynamic. It basically contains the implementation of your Bootstrap application. The first one, guys, have a look. This first one contains the functionality. This contains the implementation of Bootstrap. It just provides you certain providers, certain methods. Okay, now guys, I'm just going to install all of these libraries. What you need to, I'm just going to type a command. After that, I'm just going to paste command in the chat. You just copy from there, or either you just type parallelly with me. npm i-save @Angular/core. This is the first library. @Angular/compiler space @Angular/common @Angular/platform-browser Angular/platform-browser-dynamic. This takes a little bit of time. I'm just pasting this command in the chat window, guys. Guys, when you're done, you just type in the chat window.
Ma'am, command.
Oh yeah, I just shared parallelly, guys. Right now, I'm not asking any question. Now, you just whatever the doubt, you just type for everyone right now. But I have shared once again. Guys, what about others? Please tell me.
Ma'am, can you share this command on Slack? I'm not able to copy from here.
I will share on Slack.
Ma'am, I have installed these, but it is not showing like your screen that Angular common, Angular core.
You have written the but like it's so you are getting installing Windows or something other than that.
Ma'am, it has been installed. It's just showing that added 9 packages and audited 11 packages in 34 seconds. But on your screen, it is showing that Angular common, all the libraries that you mentioned in the command. It is not.
No. What happens is already telling you now it's added 9 packages.
Yes,
so it might be in my machine, all of these libraries is already there.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Pranali, I think you have asked Johnson have shared the command on Slack. Okay, guys, moving forward.
The command they shared, I think in that I is missing. NPM I.
Yeah, Pranali.
No, ma'am, Varsha.
Varsha.
I think in that command NPM I is missing. And yes.
That I have shared?
No,
Yeah, on
okay.
the Slack.
Okay.
I've corrected.
Okay. Guys, I think all have completed this now. Now I'm just moving forward so that. If you have done this now, you are not going to face any problem. Now, guys, what you need to do in your main app, whatever the app you have given, you just create one folder with the name source src. This is fixed. You need to create one more folder in source with the name app. Right now we are doing all of these things manually, but in future we are not going to create an application like this. In a afternoon session like 2 o'clock, I just show you the same two, like it hardly take me half an hour to show you that particular demo. Okay, guys. I'm today little bit slow so that you are able to do it also. Now, after creating this folder, all of these two folders are created. We are going to create one file in this app folder. And remember the file name that I have written, the same you need to write app dot module dot ts. We are just going to write app dot module dot ts. Create one more file in the app folder. App dot component dot ts.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Santosh. Hello, ma'am. I'm Santosh.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm getting error, ma'am. Can you please check?
Who is this?
Santosh, ma'am. Santosh.
Santosh. Okay, Santosh. Wait. Where you have okay, wait a minute, Santosh. I'm just making you as a first of all co-host. Santosh, you just share your screen, beta.
I'm here.
Just check your platform spelling is wrong.
Okay, okay. I have done again, ma'am. I will check it. 1 second.
Second platform spelling galat na. PLA key is missing over there. If you just look at get https registry.npsjs.org
Yes, ma'am.
Angular. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Understood here. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Please missing
Okay.
that.
Thank you, ma'am. I will check it.
Guys, now are you able to understand like if any of the command is not running successfully, you just read the error messages first of all. Now moving forward. Guys, I think you all have created these two files, app.module.ts, app.component.ts. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are just going to install other libraries. So first of all, I'm just once again clear my screen. So what libraries? If you remember, I just told you we need to install 3 more libraries. Core.js, John.js, RxJS, guys, if you remember those libraries. So I'm just writing one more command, npm I hyphen save core -js zone.js and rxjs, guys. Johnson, can you please just type these things in either in a chat window or over Slack?
Okay.
I have already pasted in chat. You just pasted in Slack. Guys, when you're meanwhile your library is installing, if you see in my case, it just talk about one package is looking for this. All of these libraries is already into my machine. That's why it just give me like this. In your case, it's not give you like this. It just told you how many packages installed. If anyone getting error, so you just ping me. Now, guys, I'm just going to create some other files. Okay. So in the main folder, in main, it means in your main app. So what are the files that I am just going to create? You just type it, index.html. Johnson, you just type the file names so that they are able to understand in chat.
Okay.
Index.html, polyfills.ts,
Ma'am,
main.ts, yes.
ma'am, due to net issue, I was not there for like 3 minutes. What you did after this Angular core?
Beta, after this Angular code is cleared.
Yes, ma'am. That is
Okay,
successful.
okay. Johnson have pasted one more command
Okay.
in Slack. You just run that command also. That basically John.js and core.js and rxjs installed.
Save core.js, zone.js, and rxjs.
Save JS is not save. It's not like saving hyphen saving. We are just saving the libraries into our project. That is the meaning of hyphen save.
Mm-hmm.
So you just run this command. Okay. Meanwhile, you need to create one folder source in your project and app folder.
So, do I need to create this folder before running that command or after running that command?
No issues in that. We can swap these two things. There is no issue.
But ma'am, I got an error again.
What? You missed something or
Error 404 not found. Get https registry npm.js.org zone-js not found.
It's zone.js, beta.
I directly copied the source command.
Wait. Johnson, it is zone.js. Wait. I just added. Wait a minute. I'm just pasting. Wait a minute.
Okay. Sorry.
I have pasted once again.
Okay, man.
After running this command that you have pasted, I am getting usage npm command, where command is one of accessor, adducer, audit, bin, bugs.
You found this message at the end or not? You just tell me.
No, ma'am, no.
Wait a minute. It's Sidesh, na, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Wait. You just share your screen, Sidesh.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Wait a minute, beta. Why you just get this message? Wait. 10 p.m.
Space between I and I finance.
It's missing. You just copy the command once again. Just press up and down key. Press up and down key. Just give space. Yeah, here you miss this space. Press enter. Now. Suresh, it will install beta because there is a error. It will install. Now it's installed. If you see.
Okay.
You just stop sharing. Then I just share my screen. Nice. Guys, it's take little bit taking bit time. Don't worry for that. After this, I'm just going to give you the time also to solve this first. Hello.
Yes, I'm
Yeah, no, my power cut na, so I just connected with another network. So that's why, like, okay, guys, I think you all have created first app folder. In this app folder, we need to create these two files. Now we need to create certain files. What are the name of those files? Johnson, please type index.html. Create into your main project, guys, not in the app folder. Remember, we just need to create two files in the app folder and rest of the files in your main folder, in your project folder, guys. What are the file name? Index.html, main.ts, polyfills.ts. I have already created this file also, and one more style.css. I'm just going to create one more file, that is style.css.
Ma'am, index and main.ts we have to create in Hello World app, right?
Yes.
And
In your
styles,
main project.
okay, and then style CSS also.
Yeah. 4 files we need to create, guys. Johnson have already typed in the site. Index.html, polyfills.ts, style.css, main.tss, guys. Guys, I'm just creating a structure corresponding to every file. That what is the meaning of all of these files? Wait for that. I just tell you. First, we just complete. Now, what we need to do, we need to paste certain code in all of these files. So I'm just going to share the code that you need to paste it right now in all of these files. Okay. TS config we already did, if you remember. One by one, I'm just pasting some code. Guys, I'm just start with index.html. My machine is also taking little bit time to like. Okay, first of all, guys, I'm pasting a code corresponding to index.html. You just paste it into your index.html, that particular code that I have shared with you.
Ma'am, the style.css file also needs to be created in the main folder. Hello world.
Yes, beta. Yes. Hello world. Whatever the project name you have given.
Okay.
Guys, wait, I just explained for like what code is written over there. My machine is taking time to like copy and paste over there. I'm just also copying from some file, not writing a code. Wait a minute. Yeah, my machine is just creating a problem. What happens to this? Wait, guys, it's just taking time. Guys, I'm pasting one code. You need to paste that code in polyfills.ts file. Taking me time also to like, oh, machine is little bit slow. Now the next code, whatever I'm just going to share, paste it into main.ts. Guys, are you able to differentiate now? Otherwise, I just need to put something like this. From import plate from browser dynamic. That should be pasted in main.ts file. And style.css, you just define any style sheet like body, background, or color. You just write it by yourself also if you want. Or if you want me to paste that code also, so I just do that also. Okay, now we have like main.ts is completed. Index, polyfill, and style, all the like. Okay. Yeah. When guys you have all done this, so please tell me.
Ma'am, will you show that polyfills.ts?
Yes, polyfill.ts. It's look like this only, beta.
But it is not showing that 45K gzip.
Yeah, it's just in my machine. Don't worry for that. It's just a matter. If I just see na, if I'm just deleting also, it's not deleting.
Okay.
I have already shared some code, so why you are just worrying? Now, when you're done, guys, we just need to create one more file into your project folder only. That is webpack.config. Guys, have you created this webpack.config.js file? Okay. Now, two file code is left now, app.component.ts, app.module.ts now. I'm just sharing that code also, guys, with you. Wait a minute, within the Slack only. Guys, don't worry about the code, what code is written. When we just start further now, we are just able to learn each and everything. It's showing error in main.ts. What happens? Like you have pasted some other code also, beta, over there.
No, ma'am. I mean, in import, it's showing error.
You have written import from browser platform now?
Yes, ma'am. Then in second line, it's showing error. Import app module.
You have not created an app module
Ma'am, created, ma'am.
in the app folder or not?
Yes, ma'am, in app folder.
Wait, I just check, because your path, there is some problem of path. Guys, whatever the code I have shared now, you need to paste that code in app.component. Import component. Deepak, wait a minute, beta. I just pasted all of these code. I made one more mistake there. So I just rectify that, and after that, you just share your screen. Meanwhile, you just paste these codes because it will not problem for you. App.component code and app.module code. Guys, meanwhile, I'm just sharing a code of app.module. What I missed, I just made a one mistake. You need to move your 4 files. I have created those files in main folder. Index, polyfill, style.css, and main.tss. Guys, 4 file, do you remember? We just created in the main project. You just copy all those 4 file into the source folder, beta, not app, in the source folder. Copy all those 4 files into source folder. Meanwhile, I'm just sharing a code for app.module. My machine is like little bit slow. What happens? I don't know. Like that's why I'm not able to. Copy all the 4 files into the source folder. Guys, I have shared the code also corresponding to app module. Have a look into my machine also. Guys, what I'm saying, you just copy or this index.html to source folder. Wait a minute. You just drag and drop also in the source if your file is saved. Polyfills and style.css. Yeah, it is in source. Guys, have a look. I have copied all of these files into source. Because there is a path problem. That's why, Deepak, I just showed you. You just wait. Now, guys, I'm just sharing one code that you need to paste into webpack.config.js. So I'm just writing webpack.config.js. Sidesh, recently, beta, I have just shared the code. What or that's basically regarding webpack.config.js.
The last message, right, ma'am?
Yes, last one, beta.
Okay. And above that, that is app module.
That is app module. Wait, I just do, guys, what I'm just going to do, HTML code is, I think I don't need to show you. You already know. Guys, have a look in my file. HTML, just check whether you have pasted a correct code or not.
HTML is definitely starts with HTML. Go to main.ts. It starts with import platform browser dynamic. Polyfills just contain two statements. Style.css, you already know about that. Now, come to app.module.ts. Import ng module. App.component.ts. I have not pasted a code. I have just shared with you and I have not pasted. Wait, I also need to paste this code. Yeah. Now only one file is going to be left that we are just going to modify. Guys, have a look. Import component. Okay, now we are just going to modify this package.json also, guys. Guys, I'm just pasting one more link in Mentor's note only. You just paste that particular code in package.json. Guys, when you have done, please tell me. Now we are going to run one command, guys, once again. You need to run npm install. Yes, Deepak, we need to paste beta. After just saving all the files, you need to just use npm install, run this command. It takes little bit time.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, the code that you sent just before this package.json, where do we have to paste it? The const path is equal to require.
Actually, it is for webpack.config.
हाँ, ये webpack.config हो गया ना बेटा. Constant path है ना, देखो ना, check करो constant path if you remember in webpack.config.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the whole code before this, na? That
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Guys, now run the command npm install. Guys, I just tell you the flow also and just tell you the meaning of each and every file. Sudesh, where? When you installed npm?
Yes, ma'am. After npm install.
It's already taking time into my machine, so you just share your screen. Wait. I think you already are co-host. I think you earlier also share the screen now. Wait. Okay, you just write npm hyphen version here in this. We need to check the version of your npm. In package.json, it should be changed. That's hyphen version. Press enter. 6.14.13. You just open your package.json. Scroll down a little bit. Slowly. Wait. Type script is this. Wait. Okay.
Ma'am, the code you have shared.
I have checked na. He have not like Sudesh, have a look, beta. You have not changed the code of package.json na. Have a look. Development dependencies you have not changed, beta. If you look at Shreesh, you said the same thing na, beta.
Yes, ma'am. I was about to said the same.
Sudesh.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Just copy from Slack.
Okay.
And just delete this CD, whatever the CD is written over there, like something. Here, if you see na, in your editor window, you just mistakenly type CD, you just delete this. Yeah. Delete this. Okay. Now just copy the code from Slack and just paste it and try to run. Anyone else got error?
Yes, ma'am, I got error.
What is that?
It is saying
No. Scroll down, Sudesh. Scroll down, beta. Scroll down. Wait. Just copy from curly braces. Just
This one?
name. Yes, this one. Copy from here. Deepak done. Now just copy all and just paste it this code. Save it. Now try to run. Ashwara, you just wait. Sidesh, wait. You once again got error. You just check your webpack.config.js file is not saved.
Config dot which one?
Webpack.config.js file is not saved. If you see, like, just save it once again. It might be. I'm just feeling like just save this file. Now just run npm install. Oh, beta, you have already written npm. You are writing twice.
Same error, ma'am.
Wait. 14.13, but why? There I just need to check here. Wait a minute. This is left style loader TypeScript. In my case, wait a minute. npm-v 6.14.13, the same one. Just open your webpack.config.js, beta, Sudesh. Come down, scroll down. More. There's no issues on this. Okay. Scroll up. I would like to check the error once again, beta. Go up. Wait. Yaar, where you have run the command? Have a look. You are running a command in layout shifter, yaar.
No, ma'am. Actually, it is in
Have a
Hello
look.
World.
In layout shifter, you have created Hello World app.
Yes, ma'am. Means that I have taken that project, and this is different, and Hello World, this is different, ma'am, totally.
Guys, what I can say, you like you can't create a one separate folder in your existing project. You have created a complete Angular project.
Ma'am, I thought you need to create only folder.
Yeah, you need to think now. It's like you have like download a one boilerplate and you are just
Ma'am, this is a different folder actually, not that boilerplate. I just copied it from there.
it contains any code, if I'm not wrong.
मतलब same that code it contains. What I have done for that that sprint, what I have done that.
Wait. Otherwise, so I need to fix. Otherwise, you just copy this line. The version of npm is compatible with log file version @1. Just copy this message and just paste it over Chrome. We just need to find out the solution for this. Ashwara, you also got the same error, beta?
No, ma'am.
You just open the first link. This.
Siddesh, if you scroll down, there is a command given, which a configuration to be used in package.json.
Come down.
This one,
Yes.
engines colon node.
You just copy this.
This one?
You can specify the version of node that your stuff works on. This command.
Yeah, engines colon brackets. Yeah.
You just copy this
From the curly braces or what?
Curly braces.
from the curly braces.
Not here
Not
in
here. Not,
package.json.
wait, not here. Go to your package.json beta. Because your your package.json just contain all the dependent. Go above. That should be in the development dependencies. In development dependencies, not dependencies.
Here? Here.
After this webpack replace, you just put it after last, at the last. There is no issues. Yeah, just remove this curly braces from here. Just remove the curly braces before engine. Just remove this and this. Or wait. You just do Control Z. Control Z. We are just going to paste it. This thing is outside. Control Z. Yeah, Control Z. Just cut this command. Cut. Ajay, where comma is like, no, this is not, we need to check. That comma is fine. Wait, I need to check. So they just share where they are saying we need to just put it separately, or we just need to put it in development dependency. It says anything?
It's a separate one, Anjali.
That's just scroll down. Okay. After the curly braces, line number 39. Just put comma also in line number 39. Yeah. Now. Why it's giving us the error? It's like just remove this curly braces also. Last curly braces also. Last one. Now it's fine. Now try save the file and check. Guys, whatever the errors and resolutions I am giving to you, you just remember. npm install, yeah. Enter. Okay, what we can do. Johnson, when I just look at the version of my file and Siddesh file is same, npm version. Siddesh version is 6 and my machine is also 6. Whatever the file I have shared, that is created into my machine basically.
Yes. Siddesh, can you open package-log.json file?
Once that also, we just going to check. Is there any version? Or we just copy here now, because if you look at this file is also the same file now. So they do one thing, just paste the same command over there in package-log.json. Copy this the same way. Put comma. Yeah. First put comma in line number 38. Yeah, fine. Now save the file and try to run npm install once again.
it will give an error. Okay.
Okay,
Siddesh, one thing can be tried. I want you to delete this package log.json file. You are deleting the wrong one. Yeah.
No. Wait. Johnson, what I just do, I just share my package -log.json file.
Okay. Either way. Or else you need to initialize your project again. It will be created again. Either thing.
That's also. But if it initialize once again, that package.json is also created, now. Johnson, if they just initialize,
this log will be generated again, I guess, because JSON is already available, right? It will not.
Okay, you just delete this package -log.json. Let's check.
Just run npm install, Sudesh.
Just come down. Just write npm
install. I think it will be generated again. Yes,
one more thing, guys. This package.json is only from Angular 5 versions over there. So it's not mandatory. You want that also.
I think now it will be working today. I think package-log, it was created before, I guess.
I think it will not create this.
Because it was having a different content.
Johnson, if you look at, they can't create a separate folder. So this layout shifter pattern is already containing one like project, and there they have created this.
Maybe that may be causing this issue.
Because guys, there is a certain structure. This is not root in this way. It's like it's already contains some of the things. Dependencies is over there also. Like, if it is an HTML project, even then it's.
Guys, Varsha, are you facing the same error?
So not this error. Some version of TypeScript in package.json.
Can
you just stop sharing? You just stop sharing, Sudesh. It will resolve your problem. Now, Varsha and Ashwarab, both of you having a problem. You just share.
Okay.
I think you are not able to.
This one.
Screen sharing.
And after npm install.
Please check your dependencies.
This one is who it is saying, TypeScript and this.
Wait, you just type in the command window. Come to your command window. Just type psc-v. For 4.3.5, go to line number 34. You just change 4.3.5.
Okay. And there's one more. Loader, TypeScript loader. Am I audible?
Varsha, you just run it. I think loader will not give issue now. Yes, you have changed the version of TypeScript.
Okay.
And even 4.35. Have you installed a TypeScript for this project?
Which was the command?
Sorry. Okay. It was showing the version also. Okay.
Wait a minute. Unable to resolve dependency tree. Varsha, beta, your project is completed. You are not able to run it. Don't worry for that.
Okay.
What we can do, when we are just going to work with Angular CLI, na, then
Yes.
package.json file is going to create. Okay.
That time this error will not.
At that time we are just going to resolve this error. Don't worry for that.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, otherwise it takes too much time to all or stuck. So we
Yes.
just separately I just look it, because we know that what is the issue for this. Only the scripting. Your code is fine. I just tell you one more command, guys. Okay, so then you just stop here. So only you just jot down somewhere that command you need to install.
Anjali,
Ma'am.
is it npm install save legacy peer dips or something else?
This is about with force, right? It is
Yeah.
write this
But
command.
So do one thing now. You just write npm install -- force. Forcefully. Only the protection is disabled now.
No, it's working.
You just stop sharing Varsha meanwhile and just tell us whether it works.
Yes.
Desh, Aishwarya will share the screen meanwhile. Desh, it works for you or not?
Ma'am, this is Shreyas. So I've posted a chat over here.
You also got same error?
No, after installing it says like 19 packages are looking for funding and found 10 vulnerabilities.
Wait,
So
now
how
you
to resolve?
also get like
Funding is not an issue. Sudesh, I guess. Sudesh, right?
Shreyas.
Shreyas. Funding is not an issue, Shreyas. It is like if you would have seen in some websites for open source projects, okay, they'll be asking you to contribute something. Even Ubuntu operating system asks you for contributions.
But the thing is,
Just like that. If you want, you can fund, but if it is just a warning. It is they are asking for a request. That's it.
Beta, you need to change found. Just go to your package.json file. Check your version is 0.7.8 or 0. What? Package.json only. Zone.js. Go above. More. So you just change it to 8. 8, 8, 8. 0.7.8. 0.7.8 beta. Now come to the once again terminal. One more thing now, or further other parts also. Just go over. Wait. Your zone.js is resolved. So it should be 11.2.14.
14.
You just go to Angular core and just make it 11.2.14 beta. Guys, this just due to a whatever the version you are just installing, it's just due to that. Okay, come more. I think Angular core, Angular common is also 11.2.14 beta. Common one. Just above to compiler and common. 11.2.0 is already in your machine. You need to just give 11.2.14 beta. Beta common, I'm talking about common. Just go above. Yeah. 14. Come down. Common is also resolved. Now save the code, this package.json, and you also forcefully do it. Otherwise, you will not get any error in my case. Like just write npm install. What it says once again. So like why giving you this once again 0.11.3 it says for but why? So you just also do it forcefully. Otherwise, like because we are not like beta that is fine. It's already told you like found this module this and it asking for 0.10.2. Why? You just scroll down once, Ishwara beta. Something is written. Yeah. No, I would like to check the code, the package.json. Wait. We have already changed this. Wait a minute. The HTML loader is there. This. Beta, go above. So do one thing. You also do it forcefully. It just change your version also over there. Hyphen post. Anyone else? Only Varsha part is left over there. Just a warning. Now, so we are able to ignore, guys. If you look at 10 p.m. one. If you just stop sharing with it will done because it's just a warning right now.
Okay, ma'am.
Guys, I'm just going to share my screen once again. Okay, now, guys, the next part, what you need to do. After this npm install, you need to guys run one more command. Npm run build. Guys, do you remember on Friday we have run this command npm build? What it's generate? Do you remember? Guys, when you run this command, it generate one dist folder if you remember. In my case also, I'm just getting an error. Wait a minute. What is the issue? Convert. Okay. It's just telling me this thing. Wait a minute. Okay. But it generate one output file name. What is the issue over there? But I have saved that also just like earlier. When I just show someone, so that's only the reason. I just try to run it once. Oh. In my case, I just checked once whether all the files saved or not. Wait, guys. Ref config. It might be I just open it once more. ps.json style.css. This now ts config is also not saved in my case. Wait. Now all the commands. Guys, you just run this command. Now build, if you just look at, guys, this dist folder is created. Now what you need to do, you just need to write npm start now.
Ma'am, after installing the npm forcefully, it gave me a message that there are 19 vulnerabilities.
No issues.
Okay.
Deepak, first beta, you need to write npm run build. Okay. Next, npm start. Guys, when you just write npm start, it just open and just give you one hello word. Don't feel like we just write a hello word and we did a lot and we don't know what we did. I just tell you the structure from the scratch. What are the files that we need to create for creating an Angular application? Don't worry about this. Whatever the file we have created, we just going to create all of these files after your lunch within. We just need to write 3 commands and we are able to do all of these things. All have done or are able to see the output?
Ma'am, error.
Deepak is showing error. What beta?
Ma'am, this Shreyas. The error.
Deepak is also getting error. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what is that?
Script npm error missing script build.
Script error.
Yes, ma'am.
For both of you.
Ma'am, when I'm running the npm run build, it's showing error.
Yeah, same, ma'am.
Okay, wait. I'm just stop sharing. Any one of you just share your screen, either Shriyesh.
Yes, ma'am, sharing.
Guys, you just tell whether you got the output or not. After that, I just give you 10-minute break. Then we just talk about what all of these files. Within 10 to 15 minutes, I just Ajay, I just got to know like you have like got the output. Ashwara also got the output. What about Varsha beta?
Ma'am, there is error.
Okay, when you just run npm run build, missing script build. Just open the package.json beta.
Yes, ma'am.
Come down.
Oh.
Come down, come down. You just stop sharing. I'll just tell you what is the reason for the same. But if you have already Sriyesh, if I just look at Sriyesh, Deepak, meanwhile you just share your screen beta.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in my it's showing error entry module not found.
Ajay, I just almost left too. Just open your package.json file.
Yes, ma'am.
Go above little bit, slowly, 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 slowly. If you look like guys, look at now in CH problem, what happens? The script is not pasted over there. But in your case, child HTML hyphen webpack hyphen plugin for index.html. Is there a left package exists too? Wait a minute. Source me index main polyfill style.css. All of the files are there in source. Go above. Beta. I need to check whether at the last.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, spelling mistake in polyfill.ts. Polyfills.ts.
S should be there. Yeah. Save the file. No, come down. Just run the command once again.
Yes. Yes, I'm done.
It's done. And after that, you need to write npm start.
Okay, ma'am.
Guys who have done, you just take your 10 minutes break. After that, I'm just going to explain what is the meaning of all of these files. It hardly take me 10 minutes. After that, you need to do the same demo once again.
Ma'am, can you check my error? There's a path problem.
There is a path problem, so you just share your screen beta meanwhile.
Here it is showing problem. One I resolved, this one is left, this one.
Wait a minute. Ek minute. You have not pasted a code properly. You just copy the code once again. app.module.ts. Deepak got the output. Great, Deepak. This is the app module. Yes, yeah, this one.
App module.
Delete this and just paste it. Save the file. Wait a minute. You got once again an error.
App.component is.
Wait. What happens? Why it's showing like this? Your app dot slash, just write dot slash.
Where?
Yeah, here. Dot slash app slash.
And app is in SRC.
Beta dot is representing a source. SRC. Beta app, we just represent dot na. Guys, remember one thing, in Angular, the current directory is source. But in app dot, what is here? If you look at your file name is app.component.html, beta.
Ma'am, what it should be?
App.component.ts.
Yes, this
yes.
one. Okay.
Yes, delete this file.
Can I rename?
You just rename.
.ts.
.ts.
Okay.
Save the code.
App.component.
Now you just remove that app because it is representing a source, so it will resolve. // it's automatically coming now. This problem is resolved. Now only this. Just put a cursor over there, what it says. You have installed this library?
Yes, ma'am. That whole command.
Wait a minute. Polyfills.ts. Just go to the app.component.ts. Because here we just have like Angular core over there. Wait a minute. Go to app.module.ts. Yes. It's not taking on browser module, but why? We have already installed.
Or she can try installing it again. Maybe
it might be. So you just install this. Just write once again. You just write npm high. I just tell you what npm high space -- save @Angular /platform -browser. Just enter. Just enter.
Varsha, can you delete, can you repeat what you did in line number 2? Delete Angular platform browser and try to type it again.
It might be not just sort of line number 3. Varsha, line number 3, beta. Line number 3.
Should I write?
Just remove this from only from only.
Double quotes, only from single quotes.
Double quotes part, no, only this. You just write @. Just select this.
Yes.
It means Johnson, it's like this particular library was not installed at that time. It might be.
Yes.
What is the reason? The file name is not correct. app.component.ts.
It was not able to resolve it again.
Yeah. It's not able to resolve that particular file.
Should I run this command again, ma'am?
Yes. But guys, we just we had taken lots of time, but at least you run the code all.
Yes.
If you try to run this code once again, so you are able to do it.
This is created dist folder.
Yeah, that is fine now.
npm start, ma'am. Next. Next
Haan,
command.
npm start, beta. You just stop sharing, Shriyesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Come
I'm
back.
back.
Yeah.
I'll share.
Now I just tell you, I just what about
Even the problem which Varsha was facing, even I'm facing the same.
wait, I just tell you what mistake you have done over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Where I see. Go to your this package.json file.
Yes, ma'am.
Just see your script code, script line number 6, and check my code. What is written in there?
So where, ma'am, exactly?
Line number 7.
Line number 7.
You just
script test.
Whatever the code I have shared now, we need to write something more than that. Just copy from that.
Okay, ma'am.
In script, we need to define like rim wrap, and that all is already defined now over there. Just copy from there this particular code. Srihari, what about you, beta?
Yeah, ma'am, I got the output, ma'am. Hello world output.
Great. Varsha also will able to get it. Navneet and Prashachal, I just talked to you, beta. Wait. Ajay also got. Deepak got. Siddesh. Aishwarya, what about you, beta? You also got now? Santosh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I also got. Hello world.
Okay. Shreyas, what happens? You stop sharing now, beta. What happens to you? Now, guys, for Navneet and that all, beta, I'm just reiterating what we did. You just do it. I'm just reiterating all the steps. Okay. Navneet and Prasachal, but I have not explained anything. I just give them a certain command that we did. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just reiterating all of those steps. So you just check what are those steps. I have written somewhere also.
Ma'am, I have to see this lecture again because I have network issues and I have joined with my phone.
Who's this?
I have to see it now. I'm noting down the commands. So I have to do this by my own.
No issues. So, beta, I just share the that part also, na? What commands you need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
I just share the complete notepad.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Wait a minute. I have already created one notepad for you guys. Like I'm just going to open that and just share with you. The code I need to send you separately. What I just do that. Okay, one more thing I just missed over there. So that thing also I just tell you. Wait a minute. You all got the output. There's no issue. But if you look at, guys, your dist folder, what is the name of your app in dist folder? It is the same name that you have given to your project, or it is a different name?
Different. My
I
applicant.
I just tell you where we need to make changes so that the name should be the same as your project name. Wait a minute. Guys, are you able to see the notepad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now. First of all, I'm just going to write the steps, what you need to follow. After that, I'm just going to give you the theory part also. Little bit more in this, the theoretical part, I just added more. First, what you need to do, you need to create one directory. You need to go to that particular directory. After that, we need to create the package.json file, if you remember, guys. For this, npm init-y. After that, we need to install the TypeScript, the step number 4. It just create a node_module folder, if you remember. We need to create a ts config file, ts-init. We did. Now we need to modify the code of ts.config file. So I have written a code also over there. So what I just do in this way, I'm just pasting a code also over there. Navneet and Prashachal, beta, for you. Modify ts.config, you need to put this code, beta. What this particular code contains, in this particular code, I'm saying we are going to use the decorator, and we are going to use a DOM library, and we are going to use what is a version of JavaScript, ESNIC, the latest version of the JavaScript. Now we are going to add some Angular dependencies. So what are those? Core.js, RxJS, John.js. So Code.js is corresponding to ECMAScript essential features. This is the reactive extension, if you remember. John.js, whatever the modification you done, it just detect that. If you would like to work asynchronously, if you would like to
Ma'am,
yeah,
we have to install all these.
yes.
Okay.
I just give you the command also. Wait, beta.
Okay, ma'am.
I just give you the command. Wait, for all of these.
I shared a file which contains all the commands and sets.
Oh, okay.
Like.
Okay.
Okay, Johnson. Otherwise, I'm just also going to share this code like with them. Step number 4, the documentation I'm just pasting at the bottom. I have written all the steps. Create source folder, inside src create app folder, create file app.module.ts in app folder, create file app.component.ts in app folder. Then you need to install core-js, zone.js, rx.js. Now we need to create certain files in the source folder. Index.html, polyfills.ts, main.ts, style.css. Then we need to create one file, webpack.config.js, in the project folder. And we are just going to write the code in all the files like this. HTML, and separately, I just share all of these files also with you guys. Otherwise, polyfills.ts, main.ts, style.cs. Now, after that, we need to write npm install. This is the, we can say 14 step, 15 step, 16 step, and 17 step. Npm start run index.html. And when you just npm start, we can say it shows the output to you guys. Johnson, the same you have already shared, or I need to share this once again?
Actually, I just shared what we have discussed. Your file contains some explanations.
So I just
like the purpose of RxJS file, core.js file. The file which I shared does not contain these.
Okay. Now, guys, what you need to do, you run this code. Now I'm just come to okay. Now what is this? It's about 12:37. You just take 10 minutes break. Come at 12:50. Okay. Now I'm just going to explain certain things
Hello,
with you.
ma'am. This
Yeah.
is due to some net issue, ma'am. Screen sharing was stopped.
No issues. So for rest all, you just take your break for 10 minutes. And Shriyesh, you just share your screen, beta.
Ma'am, now it says I can't share my screen.
Wait.
Okay.
For others, please take your break. Come at 12:50, guys. You just share your screen, beta.
Yes, ma'am.
Johnson, I need help from you. You just need to help Navneet and Prasachal.
Okay.
Ma'am, I also joined late.
Pranali also. The 3.
Okay.
I just tell you what's the reason for that. Like.
So yes, ma'am. So I've copied your code. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I'm able to see your screen. Just save it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now run the command once again.
npm
npm
run
install. No. First of install once again.
Okay. Install.
Yeah. Press enter.
Ma'am, it's done.
Run npm start.
No, npm build, right?
First build. You have just installed the packages, na? npm run
npm
build,
run build.
then npm start. You have not copied this script, na? Start and build part over there. That's why.
Achha. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So earlier also this folder was getting created, but with 4 errors. So here are those errors. Or is it done? Yes, I'm not able to decide.
So can you show your app component saying that platform browser dynamic is not formed?
This one.
Yeah, check your component and module.
So yes, I was telling that only. I'm getting error here, like just like Varsha.
Okay, can you remove this and try typing it again, like we did before? No, 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 complete.
Okay.
At the rate Angular.
And
Have you installed this Angular core and
yes,
browser dynamic?
yes, I've installed it. So
Did you receive any error, or because if you
no.
have installed it, it should provide some suggestion now when you type.
Yes, because even I'm facing the same issue here for both of them.
Okay, demo app. Okay, can you try installing them again? npm hyphen sorry npm
I
hyphen say
hyphen save
just these two modules at the rate Angular core
at the rate angular slash core. Enter.
space. Add this also.
Space.
Angular at the rate Angular
Angular
forward slash platform hyphen browser.
platform hyphen browser. Done.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now remove at the rate Angular core and try typing it again.
He got error once again.
No, the packages are not getting included. Actually. Even after installing it.
But this folder has been created. This one.
Yeah,
And
but in the error it was mentioning that it is partial output.
yes.
I think these are not created one.
Sir, it says type.
Yes, Anjali, you were saying something.
Just giving a warning also, no, like cause warning, some of the warning, it might be due to that.
No, Anjali. Shreyas, can you scroll up and show the error which you are getting when you install it? Yeah, can you see this, Anjali? Cannot find module at the rate Angular platform browser dynamic.
You just install this once again.
No, we have installed it again. Both the packages, core and platform.
No. You just install platform hyphen browser. It's talking about platform hyphen browser hyphen dynamic. Johnson.
Yeah, I think he just installed dynamic also.
No.
Dynamic?
No. Dynamic is pending.
Yes.
Okay.
And I need to do some modification over here also.
No, don't modify anything here.
No. I removed this code, and this was at the rate angular slash core. Is it correct now?
Yes.
Okay.
But your code library is also not coming.
Exactly. That's what. But the thing is, even I'm not getting the suggestions as well. Uh,
You just install once that browser one also, npm
okay.
hyphen save.
Okay. Just.
In your main.ts, what is the error you are getting?
Okay. I guess this dynamic one.
Dynamic one.
Yes, dynamic one.
Wait, Johnson, first
At the rate Angular directly, right? Oh, so.
Yes.
Uh,
Platform hyphen browser hyphen dynamic.
Okay.
Yes.
Johnson, I just need one help from you.
Yes, Hansli.
What you can do, you just send one Google Meet link to
And connect with 3 of them.
Right now.
Pranali, Navneet, and
Prashachal.
Prashant. Okay.
All the 3 guys are here now.
Yes.
I'm there on mentor notes itself.
Okay. You just pasted one Google Meet link to them and you just tell them the steps. They did already npm init till.
Okay. Okay.
You just tell them the steps what they need to do. Already the code is already pasted over there, so you just copy from there.
I've shared the file also with the same code.
Yeah. And you just leave from this meeting for a while. You just, because it's like creating a noise for you also at the time. And you guys also, you just leave from this meeting because I'm just going to teach 3 to 4 slides. So don't worry, I just explain you once again those files.
Anjali, I will just leave the audio. Okay, I will just.
Okay, you just remove the audio. That is fine. You have directly, why you have not resolved your error, beta? Shreesh.
I did, ma'am.
You just install now, just remove this @angular / platform hyphen browser hyphen dynamic. Just remove this. We want it. Oh, don't remove completely, yeah, just the from part.
Yes.
Yeah. Now just press @, just type @.
Yes, ma'am.
Control spacebar, whether it's coming automatically or not. We need to check that.
No suggestions, ma'am.
Giving you any suggestions? What is the issue over there? Wait. But your code. I just tell you now, there are multiple errors in this. In your main.app.component.ts, app.module.ts. It's not loading. Okay. It's not finding a path, it says. Okay, wait. You just copy once again package. You just complete copy the package.json once again.
Okay, ma'am. So I'm deleting this completely and I'm just pasting the code that you have shared.
Yes.
Yes.
Now go to your webpack.config.js.
Webpack.config.js. Yes, ma'am.
Go over.
Excuse me.
App is there, index main dot polyfills this. Okay. You have saved the package.json now?
Ma'am, it's auto saved.
Auto save. Okay, fine. Just go to your main.ts first.
Main.ts.
Just try to type once again here.
Okay.
Whether you are getting any suggestions or not. Just single quotes. Yeah. At the rate. Control space bar, you just press. Or you just type A. Control space bar, just press. No, you are not getting any like. Just show me the error message once again because it just says it's not taking on modules over there.
It went, I guess.
Just open your polyfills.ts once.
Polyfill.ts. Okay.
Because the two core libraries are there. Okay. There is no issues in this.
Yes.
Just open tsconfig.json.
Yes, ma'am.
That is ES next, experimental decorator and live. That is fine. Now go to webpack.config.js once again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it might be source wrap. That is fine. Main.ts, style.ts. Guys, are you able to see Shreya's screen? All have that? Guys? Okay. Now, guys, have a look in this file also. I just would like to pay attention to you. Source directory is src, field directory is dis. Destination should be, if you see, here is written my.app. You can change it to your application name. You just change it to your application name, guys. This. Yeah, please, it's not because of that only. You just change it to demo-app. Your D is capital beta here, if you look at your app. One more thing, when you just create any Angular project, now don't give it capital. Your whole folder is capitalized. Beta. Don't rename it right now. Don't rename it.
No, ma'am. My whole folder is in small because Visual Studio Code shows it in caps, but actually its name is in small.
Yeah, it's not like that.
I guess, ma'am. Here also, this is my folder. So this demo is in small in my
Okay,
files also.
come down. Guys, now do you know how to change this thing? Come down. Come down bit a little bit. I need to check now what's the issue over there.
Yes, ma'am.
App directory. Come down.
Hmm.
Come down. Template is already given. That is fine. Now come to package.json beta. Whatever the issue is here only. It means. Start is there. Build is there. Okay. Come down beta. Oh, guys, one more thing. In package.json also, you just change your app name. If you look at. Shreyas, you just change also, beta.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I did.
Wait a minute. Why your all of these dependencies is creating a problem? Just wait. Go above. I would like to check this error, whatever the error message we got now, just copy and just paste it on a Chrome.
Ma'am, for that we need to again run it because I guess from the terminal it's gone.
Okay, you just put. Do one thing, Shreyas, you just give me bit of 5 to 10 minutes. I just finish the content. I'm just giving them a task. Then after that, I just resolve your error meanwhile.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, you just stop sharing because otherwise all will be blank now in that case.
Sure, sure.
Just give me 5 to 10 minutes, not more than that. Guys, now you know the steps. It's when you did, it's feeling like whatever we did, we don't know. Okay, now I just give you some idea about that and just tell you what is the meaning of those files, whatever we have created. Now, Angular file, folder, and structure. Guys, are you able to see the screen?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
I'm Santosh, ma'am. Small doubt.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you told us to change app, my app. If it is my app, we have to change to whatever the name we have given to the
Yes.
folder, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, okay. If my folder name is Hello World app, I have to change it, no, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. 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 Yes.
But I'm getting the output, ma'am. No problem.
Wait for that. One by
Okay, okay. Hello, ma'am. You are not audible, ma'am.
Beta, my internet got disconnected once. I don't know what's happening in my area today. Again and again, light is just power. Network is just power is coming and just going. I just connected with another network. That's why I have not speak. Now, guys, have a look. Angular file and folder structure. Source folder in which you have an app. In this particular folder, we are going to create app component. Now, what is the meaning of app component? Let's take an example. In my application, I have home page. I have a home page, about us, contact us. So corresponding to all the 3 pages, we need to create app.component.ts. This app folder is basically, you can say like that, it just contain all the components. When we talk about components, it means your web application is consists of multiple components. Each component is representing one page, you can say like that. One more thing, this app.component is a simple shell that basically hosts all the other subcomponents. So we don't need to change this component. Whenever we are going to create one blank application, this by default comes. Right now, we have created all the folders, but in future, we are not going to create a folder like this. By writing just 3 commands, we just did. App.component.ts is clear. It is a simple shell that hosts all the other subcomponents. So I just tell you how to create other components also later on. Now, app.module.ts. every application had at least one Angular module. And this is basically a root module that you bootstrap to launch the application. It basically launch your application, guys. Bootstrap. It just provides a bootstrap. Next, polyfills. What code we have written in polyfills? If you remember what I said about polyfills, it just provides you browser compatibilities. Like if you want to make your code is visible, or if your code is compatible with different browsers, so you need to add polyfills.cs. I think style.css I don't need to tell you now, guys. Git ignore, I have not told you about this, but right now I'm just going to tell you, when you are going to push your code on Git, I don't want all of these dependencies should be pushed. I don't want my dist folder should be pushed. So in this git ignore, if you just name a git ignore, it means what are the libraries, what are the folders you would like to ignore, while just pushing your code on Git. Package.json file. This package.json file contains all your configuration information. It's basically when you just run the npm install, guys. So it install all the packages from this package.json file, guys. And from Angular 5 onwards, this package-log.json file is also created. If you remove this also, your code is going to run. Now, webpack.config.js. In this particular folder, webpack.config.js, we just define the development dependencies. We are just going to define what is the entry point, what will be the output file, guys. It just resolve all the dependencies and generate a build. It means, if you remember, we need to generate a build, like corresponding to all the TS file, we need to generate the JavaScript file. So webpack.config file is responsible for generating your JavaScript files. Now, come to next. If you remember, main.ts is your entry point, guys. You have defined in package.json. Okay. Now, if you remember, I have already talked a lot about webpack.config.js on Friday. Now, once again, I just talk about any JavaScript application loaded into a browser should be contained in single source, guys, file. Building multiple modules into single file is the main purpose of Webpack. Webpack can support multiple plugins. It can perform additional tasks. Webpack module loader are able to pass different file types, including style sheets. This basically allows Angular TypeScript file to import statements, import style sheets, whatever the style sheets we have. And when we are just going to create Angular application from CLI, so we just choose either we want CSS or either we want superset of CSS, or we want some other script also. So this particular file is responsible. Let's take an example. I just created, like I have written a CSS file. It just transformed that CSS file into SCSS or SAS file. Vice versa, it just worked. And this file is also responsible for transforming your TS to JS. One more thing, guys. Remember this point, when you are going to work with Angular CLI, command line tool, CLI, command line tool, when we are going to work with Angular CLI, this file is, Webpack file is hidden there, remember. Now, guys, I'm just going to tell you the flow of your application, how hello world comes. If you remember, when you run any Java code, it starts from main, it creates a certain object, calls some methods. In the same manner, what is a flow? When you run this app, when you write npm start, what happens? I'm just writing in a chat. It loads webpack dot config dot ts file, guys. First, it loads webpack dot config dot ts file. In webpack dot config dot ts file, it's like the entry point. So what is the entry point, guys? Have a look. It just check entry point is main dot css. Output file, destination that we have already given dist. The name, it means whatever your project name. Resolve, it means convert ts file into ts file. In module, we are defining certain loaders. Why we require all of these loaders? Because we need to convert your TypeScript into JavaScript. Or if you have some inline images or CSS, that also can be resolved with this. Now, if it loads webpack.config.ts file, then after that it goes to main.ts file, guys. Have a look, guys, where it goes. It goes to main.ts file. So if you just look at main.ts file, what is written? App module. I'm just writing one message on a console. You just open your console also and check the messages before bootstrapping app module. Platform browser dynamic dot bootstrap module. That is the app module, guys. Okay. Now, when you just load this main.ts, it's refer this bootstrap module. It means app module. It go to the app module class. So where app module class is? App module class is app.module.ts file. So it goes to then app.module. Okay. Now I'm just go to app.module.ts. Okay, they have not shows. I just open in VS Code. Wait, guys. Wait a minute. Wait. I just share the screen. Guys, have a look. In app.module, when it comes, if you look at in ng module is one of the decorator, guys. Bootstrap app component and its declaration is app component. So it goes to app.component.ts, guys, in this way. Now, if you look at app.component.ts, just have a look of selector. when it just load the main.ts file also. Where is that? This, the package dot, wait, your webpack.config.js. Wait a minute. I'm just going to come down. Now, guys, one more thing. Just take the plugin, the template in webpack.config.js. It check what is the index page, what will be the first page, that is index.html. Now, if you go to your index.html also, just have a look, guys, what is written over there in index.html page. Can you please answer me? App component. If on your page, if you have multiple components, so it just take, okay, on this particular page, index.html, it's talking about app component. So it just go to app.component.ts, just take the selector. And if you just look at in component decorator, I have written template. What it mean, what it needs to display. In place of template, you can give the URL also. Guys, have a look. In place of this, you are just going to write template URL. In this template URL, you just define your, let's take example, I have a one page home.html. You can write like this also, guys. Either template or either template URL. In template, what we did, we just define the body, completely body. In template URL, we need to define the page that it needs to render. So from index.html, it just check what is the page over there, app component. Then after that, it just go to app.component, checking a selector, and it just give you the message hello world. Guys, when we just talk about the flow, we don't need to work with package.json, polyfills. It's automatically just for the structuring, like for the libraries and that all part over there. Okay, now once again, I'm just talking about what is a flow. Angular started with webpack.config.js. It's check what is a main.ts. Then we bootstrap as Angular application. Go to main.ts. It just take this bootstrap module, guys. It just got app module. We know that app module class is available in app.module.ts. Have a look. Class app module. Okay, now in this particular file, we are just telling there is a one app component in bootstrap. So it just go to app.component.ts. It just load this. Okay, now Angular analyze this app component, reading the setup that we passed there, that is our selector, and just checking what's the, either it is a template or either it is a template URL. Guys, remember, any one we need to give. I'm just making it as comment. Either give template or either give template URL. Now Angular is unable to handle the app root in the index.html. So what we can say, go to your index.html. So we have app-component over there. So if we just written app.component.this, so that's why it just come to this component. The selector is matching and it just display this hello world to you guys. Guys, any doubt how the flow is? Don't worry, what is this app @component? The whole week we are just going to talk about these things. Right now you just need to focus how to create a application, and you need to just focus like what is the structure and what is the flow of your app. Main.ts, app.module.ts, then app.component.ts. Deepak, when you just beta app.module na, it's just rendered app.component.ts also at the time beta. And we know that corresponding to any application, index.html is the first phase that is going to be open. When it open the index.html, already app component is loaded. So it just check the selector and just give you the output as like this. Whatever you have written in template. Now, if you look at guys, wait, I think you are not able to see my this window na. Wait a minute. Guys, have a look. Before Bootstrap app module, after Bootstrap app module, and I am Angular. Now, guys, what I'm going to do, guys, if you need to repeat all of these steps, how much time will you take? If you need to do it this thing once again, how much time are you going to take, guys? All said half an hour, great. What we can do, guys, you are able to see my yeah beta, same code. One more minute, don't copy and paste like that. Okay, first create the step by step. Now, guys, are you able to see my browser now? Yes. I'm just going to release one challenge corresponding. Create a basic Angular project. You need to fork and clone it. In the bottom, they just told you the step. Make directory, cd, init, dependencies to package.json, add dependencies to package.json, install dependencies, create webpack.config.js, add configuration to this, directory create the file, add the code to index.html, style.css, create two files manually, add script to package.json, build the code, and you just run the code. You already did. So what we can do in the evening, I'm just going to give you the half an hour time for this. You already did, so you are able to do it. Okay. Now for all of you, you just take your guys lunch break. Till 2 o'clock, we are going to connect once again. Whatever we did, we just check the same code by just writing 3 to 4 lines of code. I'm just going to take near about 1 more hour of session at 2 to 3. After that, I'm just going to give you 1 hour once again for practice time. Either you just do it 3 to 4 your challenge, and 4 to 5 I'm just going to or either 4:30 or to 5:30 I'm just going to teach you more. This is the agenda for today. This thing I have set so that whatever the errors, you are able to do it this. Now I'm just stop sharing my screen and just pause this also. Otherwise, it just videos in which you need to like just give me the certain answers over there. Guys, have a look. How long does it take to change a car tire normally? If any one of you like did. Ten to 15 minutes. Okay. If you remember, guys, one day I just tell you in the race, they just take a very small time. Here, what happens? We just use manual jack, the nuts, remove nuts, pull the tire, replace the spinny tire, move to the like. Are you agree? Now I'm just moving to next slide. If you just look at that, how much time they take? What they have for doing this thing? That particular day, you all have answered me. If you look at the video, yeah, great Ashwarya. They have tools with them. If great Shreyash. Okay. Now, if you just look at how much time we have taken, when I just explain you each and every type thing, near about 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes it generally takes. Now I'm just going to introduce one library. With the help of that, whatever we did, we just able to do it within just writing 2 to 3 command size. If we already have a like if we also want one toolkit, with the help of that we are just able to do it. Now if you just look at one more video, what do mechanics pit stop use to unscrew the tire? If you look at, they have a like inbuilt one machine. With the help of that they just unscrew the tires in a single go. All the screws unscrew at a single go. In a same manner, if you have certain tool, with the help of that you are able to build Angular application. For this, the Angular framework is provided one tool. Guys, remember the tool name, Angular CLI. Command line interface, CLI, command line interface. To create a project easier and quicker way. So now we are going to talk about Angular CLI. Now guys, if you look at, this is one of the travel website. Is it quite painful? Let's take an example. You need to visit certain like city or something, like you need to book a flight, you need to book a hotel, you need to do all of these things with you. If you hire one travel agent and they just do all of these things with you and you just need to pay the amount, which one is the better solution over there? Which one is more comfortable for you? The second one option. You just book a one travel person and they just do it for you. Yeah. Now, It's basically what happens. It just save your time, guys. If you just hire that particular person, they just do all of the things for you. In a same manner, there are a certain sets of standard packages also they have. In a same manner, if I just do the same thing with Angular CLI, it just save our time. The travel have the flexibility to select the transportation and hotels and keep the default option as it is for you. Just have a look. What's the difference in a look and feel? This is a look and feel for you, and this is the look and feel for them. Now, your CLI comes with an option package to start that makes developers' job easy. Angular CLI is basically one of the command line tools that basically used to initialize your develop, and scaffolding. It means they just created a certain folders for you guys. They just create a structures also. Maintain Angular application directly from a command shell. It's basically a faster, easiest, and it is one of the recommended way to develop Angular applications. When you just go with this Angular CLI, there are the certain things that we need to take care. The first, ng build command. ng build basically compiles an Angular app into an output directory. What is the output directory? In Angular, guys, we have already created one. Yeah, Ishwara, great. DISP folder. Now, next, ng serves. It's basically build and serves your application, rebuilding on file changes. Like if you run your application on a server, if you modify your code, so it just build once again. We don't need to like rebuild your application. ng generate is for generating the component, guys. With the help of ng generate, we are able to generate a component, we are able to generate a module, we are able to generate a service. ng test is basically used for testing your Angular application. If you use ng end-to-end, it's basically build and serves an Angular application and then run end-to-end from start to till end. So now, local environment and a workspace to install Angular on local system. What do you need? First, you require once again your node.js. When you install node.js, your npm manager will be there. We already know what is the functionality corresponding to this. Angular application majorly depend on npm. If you see everywhere, I have written npm, npm, npm. To download and install npm package, we need an npm package manager. By default, the npm client command line interface is installed with node.js. If you write npm client install or not, you are able to check the version. What you need to write? npm-version in the terminal. Whether the npm is installed on your terminal or not. Guys, remember what the same way we just check node-version or node-v, same npm-v is the command for checking whether npm is installed or not. Now, if you're going to start with Angular, what you need to simply write, first we need to install Angular CLI, guys. npm install -g @angular CLI. First, this command we need to install. First of all, I'm just showing you. Okay. Then you just do it later on. Giving you 5 or 10 minutes to like do this thing. Guys, once again, you just choose any location. So I'm just taking once again demonstration as a location over there. Okay. Here I'm just stop my this. It's talking about, are you going to terminate your job? So I'm saying yes. It means your server is stopped. What I'm just going to do, I'm just going to come out from this hello world app. I'm just writing cd ... Now, in this location, I would like to install Angular CLI and I would like to create my one more project in demonstration folder. So once again, you need to choose one project location. Any location you can choose. So first, what you need to do, you need to write npm install -g @angular/CLI. Guys, you just run this command. You just choose one folder because this command takes time into your machine if you're just running the same thing the first time. What is the command? npm install -g. I'm just writing in the chat. npm install -g once again, guys, for global @angular/CLI. You just choose any project location and just run this command, guys. PH for you, you need to do it bit up from your command prompt only.
Yes, ma'am. Doing it that only.
And ma'am, to stop the previous operation, we do Control C.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
When I just explain other things now, so it just install meanwhile. That's why I'm saying you just write it. Now, guys, if you look at it, just in my case, it just says updated one package because CLI is already installed into my machine. Yesterday only I have checked whether like I'm getting any error in that all. Guys, all have typed this command. If anyone left, so you just unmute and just say, because it just take time. So you just do it in like when I just tell you the next command, na, it will do it over there. Now I'm just putting now. No issues, Ajay. Beta. Somewhere like 235 packages and something like it just added over there. Now, guys, I would like to create one app. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to remove this project from here. Hello world like this. So you'll have a feeling. I'm just going to close this first of all from this particular demonstration. Wait a minute. Okay, it's not going to be closed. No, I'm just going to close all of these things first of all. Wait a minute, beta. Now, next, I would like to create one empty project of Angular. What is the command for that? Guys, have a look. In Angular, we have ng. This is the one command, ng new you need to give your project name. Let's take an example. I'm just giving a project name, first hyphen app. Anything you can give. Any name you can give. Whatever you want. ng new first hyphen app. And guys, I think who have shared this link, Google privacy policy, and this is this.
Ma'am, it's me. It is asking me to, would you like to
Wait,
share?
wait. Whatever the name you would like to give, you just give it.
What, ma'am?
Wait a minute, beta. Wait for a while, na.
Ma'am, same Google privacy.
Wait. So in my machine is taking time. Wait a minute, beta. I need to check again and again. Electricity creating problem, na. So yeah, I'm just connecting with a slow network. So that's why just taking some time to load the library. That's why.
Ma'am, after that npm install Angular CLI command, it is giving me that would you like to share anonymous users data with the Angular team at Google under Google privacy policy?
You just put yes. There is no issues in that.
Okay.
Because if you just like Google is like now, guys, have you get this?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, would you like to add Angular routing? So like you just press yes also in this case, or either you just press no. That there is no issues in this. Okay. Let's take an example. I'm just pressing Y only here. Guys, when I'm just remember here we are just putting yes. So you just now, guys, all you got this sheet. Whosoever have get angular.io analytics, you just in this case, what happens, guys? They're just asking which CSS are you going to use? Just use arrow and this. Guys, are you getting my point? So we are just going to talk about CSS. So what I'm just choosing CSS, the blue one highlighted now, it means CSS. Just press enter after selecting this. Which style sheet? When you just press enter, it just create a project. Guys, have a look. How many files it's just creating in front of you?
Ma'am, after that install Angular CLI, which command we have to use?
ng new.
Will you please repeat, ma'am?
ng new. I'm just typing in a chat beta.
Okay.
ng new, any project name. If I'm just giving first app, let's take example. Any name you can give. My like earlier I have taken my like first app, hello world, anything you can choose. There's no issues. Just the name of your application. It take little bit time. Deepak, CSS beta.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Santosh.
Yes, Santosh.
Ma'am, can you please type the ng command in the chat section, ma'am? I got disconnected so that the chat refresh.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Like ng new or @ Angular CLI beta.
After that, man. After that.
Okay. ng new. Any name you can give your app. It's taking a little bit time in my machine. What happens? What packages they have installed over there? Like lots of things. I don't want to stop in between. Okay, guys. Now what you need to do after this? Just cd go to your folder, whatever the folder is created. In my case, is it first app. Now you need to write ng serve -- open. It means we are just running our application over the server. Okay, if you don't write, guys, -- open, so you need to manually open the browser and copy paste the code like localhost and that all. One more thing, when you run any Angular application, it is going to be run in a default browser, like default port, that is 4200. Okay. ng serve -- open. If anyone is left with this, so it will just do it parallelly later on, like ng serve -- open. When you just run this, guys, meanwhile I'm just showing the structure also of this. This application is running. Have a look. Wait, when I just expand, guys, have a look. All the files generated, whatever we have created manually. If I just press yes, that is also fine. If I press no, that is also fine. If I'm just putting yes over there. Whatever we did now, have a look. Source, app folder, app.module.ts, app.component.ts, app.component.stack.ts. So I have not talked about all, like I just talked about app.component.ts, app.module.ts. So I just come to that. Wait for that.
Ma'am, what was the command? ng
I just write it. Wait.
ng serve --
open. I just write it. Wait.
open.
ng serve -- open. Ajay, done. What about others? Varsha, done. In this case, we will not get any error, guys. Today is done. My machine is a little bit slow due to the network. Like, just
Ma'am, in my case, it didn't ask me the question that it asked you.
no issues, no issues between that.
Okay.
Now, guys, have a look. It just says compile successfully, or I think it's just open your browser also. It's going to be open in browser. Now, what I need to do, I need to share my browser also with you guys. Guys, don't worry with this. This basically like. Guys, are you able to see my like? Wait a minute. No, it's not open in browser. What happens? Okay. Guys, are you able to see the page? Localhost 4200. Okay, one more thing. Sometimes this is a like free port. Sometimes we got error that this port is already utilized. So in that case, what we can do, I'm just writing one command in the chat window only. You just write ng serve -- open. Then you can use -- port, and you just give different port number, guys. ng serve hyphen hyphen open hyphen hyphen port okay. Now come to the slides once again, guys. This is don't worry like what the code is coming, and this is basically what happens. I'm just going to tell you the flow part once again. Whatever is written, we just did that. This is basically source. If we just talk about angular.io, create an Angular app using CLI. I have already showed you browser with the default port number. So you just give a port number over there, different port number. Now, there are so many of Angular CLI command, guys, that I just need to discuss first. Then we are just going to modify the same demo once again. Now, wait a minute. I think this is creating a problem. Me. Okay, add. If you would like to add any external library, guys, we just use add command over there. If you remember, right now we just use serve is one of the command over there using ng. In the same manner, if you want to add any external library to your project, let's take an example, your Bootstrap, your CSS, anything. Analytics basically just give you the configure the gathering of Angular CLI uses metrics stats. Build is for building your project. It means if you remember the build npm build we just did over there for building an output directory dist folder. In config, retrieve or sets Angular configuration, basically your values in angular.json file for the workspace. In deploy, it basically invokes the deploy builder for a specified project or for the default project in the workspace. If you would like to create any like documentation, guys, like for comments and dot all. Okay, E to E is like, once again, I like at the time also I have told you, like for run your application from start to the end. And if you remember, like is extract I18N message from the for extracting like which version of you are using over there. Okay. Intelligent, like when you just use different languages, like if you're just designing application in one language and you would like to show that particular language in different languages, then we need to use I18 over there. Like we're just going to fetch what a word with I that we call it interoperability over there. Like we just need to define the version, in which version your code is going to be changed. We are not going to use all of these commands right now because we just we are going to use add command there. The majorly command that we are just going to use. Okay, guys, one more thing. If you look at, they just give you certain allies now. B, D. It means in place of writing build, you are able to write B. In place of writing doc, you are able to write D. It's not mandatory. You need to write the whole. For generating any component, for generating any page, we can say like that. So we need to use generate, or it can be allies at Z. So I just tell you how to generate one component here only. Help list available commands and their short descriptions. Lint is basically linking tool on Angular app code, just giving some project folders over there. New, already I told you, if you need to create a one workspace, ng new, and it can be written as n also, and run to run your application. Serve basically build your application. If you may modify any changes, so it's just rebuilding your application. If you are going to test your application also, so we have test over there, guys. And if you need to check the version of Angular CLI, so we just use version, ng version, hyphen version over there. You can write that. Now, we just come to generate and modify files based on a certain semantics, guys. If you need to generate any component, what you need to write? You need to write ng generate your component name, first of all. Like, you are going to generate component, you are going to generate module, you are going to generate service. It means what you need to write. Have a look, guys. First of all, understand. Either you use generate or either you use LISD. ng generate in semantics, either of the word you just use. That depends on your requirement. Whether you would like to go for component, you would like to go for directive, enum, guard, interceptor, what you would like to generate. Any of the thing you just define over there. Now, I'm just moving to angular.io. So I'm just tell you what is the meaning of all of these commands over there. Wait a guys. It's just taking time to open. Now, guys, I'm just going to open the major part that we require. First component. Have a look. What they have written. I think all are able to see my this Chrome window. We know that components are the main building block of Angular application. If you remember what I said, if you need to generate any page, component, we need to generate one component, guys. If you generate any component, 4 files will be created. Just jot down this point somewhere. The first HTML template, TypeScript, CSS selector, and one is optional like CSS style apply to that. Spec is over there, one. How you are able to create any component, guys? ng generate, you need to write component and your component name. Just have a look how many files it's created. Component.ts, component.html, component.css, component.stack.ts. Whatever the name you have given to the component. Okay. Now, once again, I'm just moving to this and just generate one component here, guys. Either you can do one thing, you just open one more command prompt in a command prompt and just generate component over there, or either you just stop this. You can choose anything. So I'm just what I'm doing, I'm just opening one more terminal. Just convert it into CMD. Now go to your project. What is my project? First -app cd first -app. Now I would like to create one component, guys. For creating a component, what we need to write? Can you please tell me what I have already told you? What we need to write? Yeah, ng new. Either you just write generate or only G and your component name. Let's take an example. I'm just generating a one component with the name hero. You just need to press enter, guys. ng new generate hero. Why it's giving me the error? Okay. Because by default it just oh yeah, guys, I just telling you and I just missed. Wait. First -app ng new G or either generate or we need to write. I just missed the component part now. ng new G component and we just need to define your component part. Any name you can give. Guys, wait a minute. Take a second. I just made a mistake over there. We don't need to write new keyword. No, we just need to write ng G component and hero. Guys, I am just going to write the correct command in the chat. Wait. ng either write generate guys, have a look. It just generate 4 components. The 4 files. One is the HTML file, specification for TS, component.ts and component.css file. Now, we would like to attach this file into my application. What we need to do? First of all, guys, if you just open the Asasina app, guys, have a look. One folder is created with the name hero and all the 4 files are there. So what we need to do, just open. This is CSS. If you want the CSS for this particular page, you just define the CSS for this particular page. So, okay, so what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to write body. And just going to declare one color over there. Like background color should be aqua. And I'm just going to write a color should be brown. And I'm just giving a font weight also, guys. And its value, you can just choose it. Okay, now this is your, if you just look at it, just give you one message, hero works. That is fine. This is an HTML page. I'm not going to change this. Now come to hero.component.ts file, guys. Now check what is the selector for this, guys. App-hero. I want this hero file is going to be, I'm not saying like, I'm not creating any link right now. I'm not told you how to create routing in that all part. So I want, when I just run this application, the content of this particular file is going to be append over there. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to app.component.html, whatever the code is written, I'm just going to delete this code. Guys, I have just changed the CSS. I have not modified any HTML. Just go to hero.component.ts. Just check your selector, guys. What is a selector? Guys, have a look. I have already told you template URL part. We are not putting template here. Now go to your app.component.html. Whatever the code is written, you just delete that code. I'm just writing one para and just writing lorem over there so that we just get some code. Now here I'm just, this is app-hero. What you need to write app-hero. Save the code. If you have opened a new terminal over there, when you just save the code, guys, have a look. But why I think I just made some mistake in the CSS. The CSS has not applied. Wait a minute for that. Because there is no body tag over there, so that's why the CSS is not applied. So I'm just going to declare the same code within a body tag over there. This what we call it, hero.html. Save the file and check, guys. The content of hero file only is modified. Guys, when all you have done this, just tell me. App.component.html.
Ma'am, could you please show the CSS code?
Guys, anyone have left for this? Navneet, Prashachal and Pranali, beta, are you able to do it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now you know how to create a component and how to like, I'm just referring this component from app component. Guys, later on, we are just going to learn routing and that all part. Wait for that particular part. Okay. Now, once again, go to this. So, automatically is just generate later on. We're just going to modify this TS file also, not right now. And this spec.ts file is for using for testing purpose, guys. If you look at a component file, template file, template, it means your HTML page, your CSS file, and testing specification files. Okay, now come to the you need to create one. Otherwise, I just guys, this is a link that Johnson has already shared you. You just check this also. If you would like to create a service, NGGS service name. This is service hyphen name. You just write your service name. If you would like to create a pipe, NGGP pipe hyphen name. If you would like to create your own directives, ng key D for creating a directive name. Guys, one more thing, just like your generate, you just write D in a same manner. You are able to use, in case of component, you just write C also. Later on, we're just going to talk about more about this. Now, come to the slide and I'm just going to talk more about that. If you remember, the ng new command creates an Angular workspace and generates a new application skeleton. The workspace can contain, might be a multiple pages, you can say, multiple applications and libraries. By default, it just create the initial application, guys. Ng new command is at the top level. When you generate additional application, we need to write the code by ourselves, as we have just generated a hero one. In this way, you are just going to create any component. A newly generated application contains the source file for a root module with a root component and template. Each application has a source folder that contains the logic, data, and sets. That already I have showed you. This source folder contains assets also. Okay, now let's take an example. If you just get some error. Wait a minute. I have already discussed with this. Yeah. Now come here. Angular.json. First of all, this provides a workspace wide where when you just run the Angular CLI command, so this Angular library is going to be installed over there. Package.json is the starter, whatever the dependencies you need to install for creating a workspace. Automatically generates for any operations where npm modifiers either by node or either by package.json. tsconfig, we already know, the compiler of TypeScript. And this tsconfig.app. This is basically a JSON file. Additional configuration if we want corresponding to JSON. The source basically contains the complete Angular application. Remember this thing. E2E, end-to-end test script files. It's basically containing. Node module contains all the libraries that we have installed, that we have downloaded. Now, sometimes what happens, guys, when we just, if you remember, somewhere is written tslint.json. It's basically a configuration for a file for, as I already told you, like it just give you the configuration file when you just get some errors over there. TypeScript linking errors if you just got. Now, guys, you need to answer this question. I think I have told you many times. Yeah. I got reply. Yeah, great. Okay, the answer is dist folder. Now, guys, I'm just going to tell you some about some files. If you open, guys, in your laptop also, you just open angular.json. If you just open angular.json, it contains first tab, the project name. If you just check this source root, source folder, project type, it's just an application. Prefix, guys, if you remember, corresponding to app hyphen component, app.module, they just put one prefix now when you just create certain files. Is due to this prefix. Main, entry point for TS file, assets folder, source favicon icon, source assets folder. It means where we are going to put our images, guys. So we are going to put our images in this assets folder. We just define here. Style, CSS. So in source style.css, or if you want, this is a like CSS that is going to be apply on all. If you want the CSS, don't want, then you just modify here also. More CSS you just define. And at the bottom, the configuration part is related to product configuration. So this does give you root, source root, project type, prefix, practice, and architects. There are so many. If you just see, so many of things is over there. If you just talk about what is the purpose of project tool configuration object. Artifact is the tool that the CLI uses to perform complex tasks, guys, such as compilation, test running. Guys, if you look at your code, this file is replacement of which file? Can you please answer me? Guys, have a look. Is there any webpack file here? Yeah, great, Varsha. It is a replacement of your webpack.config file. Architect is basically the cell that runs a specified builder to perform a given task according to target configuration. Angular defines default builders for use with specific CLI command or with general ng run command. You can use anything. We just use ng. We just use ng new, or either you just use ng run. The architect section of this architect section of angular.json contains a set of architect targets like output path, what is your index file, main, polyfile name, ts config name. We are just defining each and everything over there. Now, if I just come to next, guys, have a look. Angular.json, I'm just override serve and build default for ng serve command. It means Angular development server they are just going to use. Now, expect I configure default for expect I18 in command. Testing, override test running default for ng test command. So we are just defining each and library here. So we don't need to take care of that. When you just design any application, it will be taken care by that. File replacement environment.ts is going to be when you're going to run your application in development, that should be replaced by environment.product.ts, guys. If you open the source folder in environments, environment.ts is going to be replaced by source environment, environment.production, environment and .ts. Now, lint configuration for ng lint command and end-to-end build. This is over there. If you look at first hyphen app serve, this is basically that these all are the properties that we just define in angular.json. It is a replacement for webpack.config. So we just define all the properties over there. Now come to package.json over there. If you look at, initially the package.json includes a starter set of packages, some of which are required by Angular and other applications. Package.json is organized into two group of packages, guys. If you look at, one is dependencies, another is development dependencies, guys. Dependencies are the requirement essential for running the application, are only necessary to develop the application. This is for running the application, this is for develop the application. And these all are the script that we are going to use, commands. This particular project supports. Now after this, we just come to tsconfig, that is responsible for conversion of your, what we call it, your TS file into JS. Have a look. Output directory dist out-tsc. Base URL, it means this folder where this particular folder is going to create root. Guys, remember one thing, in Angular, src folder is the root. Are you going to use decorators? Yes, we are going to use decorators. Everywhere, if you just seen ng module or these all are your decorators. I just later on we just work on decorators also. What are the libraries? Script. If you remember, I have used ES, Next, and DOM. They have written ES2018 and DOM. Remember, if you remember what the code we have written over there, compiler option code, we need to write here. Come to the next. That is main.ts. Main.ts file is a first code which gets executed. The job of main.ts, remember, the first is like main.ts file is the first code which gets executed over there. After loading all of your libraries, that angular.json, there we just talk about the webpack. The job of main.ts is to bootstrap the application. So guys, if you remember, I have already told you, you need to bootstrap the application by writing platform browser dynamic.bootstrap app module. So what happens, it told you the flow also. When you load main.ts, it just give you this information, app.module.ts is loaded. This, from this, it just come here. Here, if you see, there is a one line from where Bootstrap starts our Angular app by passing app module to the method. One more thing, if you look at here, they have just written one another line, environmental.production. So either you just choose development also if you want. So we are just enabling production mode, guys. Now, after this, we are just going to talk about app.module.ts. Guys, if you look at app.module.ts, this basically defines the browser module, ng module that defines your core library. Guys, this there is a mistake in this, there is no C, it should be Angular core. Remember, import app routing module from app-routing.module. and your app component from /app component. Okay, guys, this ng module is one of your decorator in which we are declaring some. Guys, have a look. I'm just going to change this also. App component. Guys, whatever the demo I have showed you, how many components we have? Guys, have a look in my file. One more, when you just try to run, create one more component, then one comma, and this particular file is going to generate over there, guys. Guys, are you able to understood now? So whenever you create any component, that one more entry will come here. If you go to your like this, so corresponding to every component, how many files? 4 files we need to create: CSS, HTML, TS, and one testing file. Now just talk about this. This is a module created, like it means we are, why we have written ng module, we are creating, guys, one module, ng module decorator, which has the declaration of all your component, we can say like this. Now we are just importing all the module, like browser module, app routing module. If you look at this, browser module, app routing module, we are just importing. Now we need to define the providers. It's just, we can say like that, ng module decorator, which has the declaration of all the components that we just creating within our app module, so that Angular is aware of them. Here we also have import array, where we can import other modules and we can use in our app basically. At the bottom, if you just look at export class app module, just the name of your class. Here there is a list of all the components which should be known to the Angular at the point of time. It analyzed our index.html file also, guys. Remember this thing. Okay, now in the right hand side, I just tell you, when you just return the app component, it just refer all the 4 things here. Now we just closing this. It means we reference our app component, like we just refer this app component, the bootstrap file there where it is written. Now your index.html file, in earlier the index.html file contain app-root. That's why app component data is coming. Now just go to your index.html file and check, guys, what is written in index.html. Guys, have a look. App-root. This is, we know that this is a selector, and we need to check where in app component.ts. So when you just choose this selector, it go to the HTML file and it rendered to you the HTML file. But when it goes to app.component.html, there is another selector, app-hero. So it goes once again go to hero.component.ts. From this selector, it just added the content over there. Right now, we have not done any hyperlink something. That's why it's just look like this. Now just come to this other folder that contain all the test specification files for running end-to-end tests, E2E. All the libraries installed here. Karma.config.ts. If you're going to run a Karma test runner. Guys, if you remember in JavaScript, we have used one library for running the test, Jasmine. Jasmine is one of the test runner over there. In a same manner, we have Karma here. tsconfig.app.json. Application wise TypeScript configuration is over there. Tlint configuration file to specify TypeScript lint rule. Linking rule we are just going to declare over there. Now, guys, recently I have talked about environmental base configuration file, environmental.ts, which provide a default environment, which can be overridden by other files like environment.production.ts. I have mentioned in the angular.json, if you remember. Polyfill I have already talked about. If you need to run your application on different browsers, so they just provide you the capability for that. Test.ts is going to be generated when you are going to test your application. Guys, till right, I know you are not able to do all of the things in a one go. It takes like time, but at least you all did the demo, so you are able to learn what is the meaning of each and every file. When you just start working, so you are able to learn it. Guys, any doubt? I have done. I'm just going to ask you some questions in this. Right now, not. If you have any doubt later on, you just ask me. Okay. Now you need to answer some of the questions. What is the use of angular.json? Beta, if you remember that, some of you have given the answer. Used to link external file. External file should be linked in package.json. If your guys, Sri Hari have given a right answer, and I think one more candidate have given a right answer over there. The fourth, used to configure Angular project, guys. Correct answer is 4. Used to configure Angular project. External libraries should be in package.json. Which of the following statements are true? Can you please choose? Ajay replied C. Guys, it might be here the multiples also. Varsha have given a right answer. Guys, are we able to generate only component and service using ng-generate? If you look at the slide back, we are able to generate pipes also with this generate command. It means this is wrong. If you don't give any component name, it creates with component with default name. No. and just bundle your code. It's build the application and run it over the development server at which port 4200. The point number 3 is correct. If you look at the point number 4 also, guys, we just create an app engine new your app name. So it means last two options are correct. Okay, guys, now I have done. Johnson, are you here?
Yes, Anjali.
Okay, I'm just stop sharing. Johnson, just roll out the one challenge for this. It also will not take much time, guys. If you just look at only the instruction is given over there. We don't need to do a lot over there also, right? Till right now.
Opinionated way. Right.
If you want me to share the link, Johnson, wait a minute. I just share the link also.
Wait, I will share my screen. Let me get the content.
Okay. Okay, guys. I'm not feeling little bit well. So what you just do when you just practice now, you just ping Johnson. I'm just going to connect you once. I'm just going to take some rest. After that, I'm just going to connect with you at 4:30 once again.
This one, Anjali, the opinionated way.
Wait a minute, Johnson. I'm just checking. Yeah, this one. This the optioned way only.
Opinionated. Yeah. Okay.
Because if I just look at over there into my machine, they just okay. Wait a minute. If you just open there, na, here they have just given a two things, but as I feel like it's like second one we just need to roll out later on.
Okay.
The option one is the correct one. I'm here if you just need any help to like.
Okay. So guys, you just need to recreate what we have discussed till now, guys. So first thing, first I want you to clarify with this term opinionated way. Okay. So what we actually mean is, just imagine, guys, your Java project. Okay. In Java applications, we had some naming conventions. Say, for example, your variable name should start with the lowercase character. And then if it is having more than 2 words, the next word should start with an uppercase character. Your class name should be with an uppercase character. Okay. Now, guys, so if you are not following this convention, will your application run or not? Even if you're not following this convention. Can I have answers from any one of you or others? It will run. Yes, I could. Yeah. So even if you are not following any convention, your application will run. Okay. But the problem is, say the more complex the code becomes, it is hard to debug it, or whenever you want to add some features, it becomes more complex. Do you agree with me or not, guys? Yes. So following a naming convention or some set of rule makes us to manage our code easily. Okay. The same thing happens here also. In the morning, when you created your first project, Hello World project, we had some set of process. Say we created main file, index.html file, style sheet, CSS file, component, module. So we created these files manually. Okay. So this is just for Hello World application. Okay. Even if it is for 10 different applications, we will be having the same set of files. Yes or no, guys? Yes. So what actually happens is we have a predefined structure which can be followed throughout our application. It can be of any number of applications. So we have a predefined structure, just like how you create a Maven project in Java. So whenever you create a Maven project in Java, you will have a pom.xml file. a set of a direct SRC directory where you will have one class file. So this is a standard structure. So based on your requirement, you can add different folders and package different code. The same thing is going to happen here also. But in your IntelliJ IDE, when you created your project, it is creating a basic structure of your project without your intervention. So you are not giving any instruction that I need a class file or I need a form.xml file, whatever it is. It is done by your IDE. The same thing is happening here also. So when you run the command npm install Angular CLI, what happens? It creates a project structure. Yes or no, guys? Can I get the confirmation? When you run the command, yeah, npm install Angular CLI, and when you create your project, what happens? The predefined structure of Angular project, which we discussed in the morning using a manual process, it is getting automated, and that structure is getting created for you. This is called as opinionated way. So you have a standard which will be common for n number of applications. So that's why we call it as a opinionated way. The method in which we created the project in the morning session is the hard way or the manual way. You created the directory, you created the different types of file, HTML or CSS or component, whatever it is, we created it manually. Whereas in the opinionated way, we just execute a command, rest all is taken care by the module. So here what you are going to do is, so when you clone this project, what you will have is you will just have one readme file, guys. You will not have this clear directory. This one is what I have created. So you will not have this clear directory. You will have a empty readme file. So now you need to follow the instructions or the demo what we have discussed till now. So first thing, you are going to create an app called Kriya. So since we are creating a new app, you can have it under a separate directory called Kriya. And next, we have not discussed about routing files. Okay, so you should when you create your Angular project, it should not include routing files. So I guess you remember that when you run the command, it will be asking for an option. Do you want to add routing files? Yes or no? Do you remember this, guys? Yes. So since we don't want the routing files, we'll be choosing with an option no. So your second task is completed. The third task is we have discussed about running our application on a custom port using the command. Okay, open, and we will provide an option called port, and we'll provide the port number. Okay, so now this will be your task, guys. You need to provide the configuration for port in your, and the hint is also given in your readme file. In your angular.json file, you should provide a configuration for port number. Okay, this will be your workaround. So you will be working on this, and you need to run this particular application in the port number 5000. Next thing is you are going to add two modules, which are app and admin. So each module will have different files. Say for example, admin module will have admin login component and admin login service, and yeah, app module will have a board component, list component, and a card component. Is it clear, guys? So you are just going to create an empty project with these modules and these files. Is it clear? So it hardly takes maximum of 30 minutes, guys. Okay, because you are just going to create an empty file with all these files. Is there any doubt, guys?
Sir, 11 number.
Sorry.
11 number app module should have.
You are just going to create a directive that which is padded. Okay, just like how you are creating app module and admin module, you are just going to create a directive. Okay, and these we have not discussed, but this will be your task. You can try, or else we can continue in the next session. Okay, so we have not discussed about filter or pipe. Okay, but you can do this with few commands. Is it clear?
Johnson, they just need to use new commands. They can do.
Yes, that's what I said. You can do this, guys. Is it clear? I think Aishwarya or Varsha. Who is this?
Guys, in place of component, you need to write directive. In place of component in the line number 12, you need to write pipe. Okay.
And you can refer the link which I have shared. On the left side,
Yeah.
you have different sections for pipe, filter, component, module, all these.
You don't need to write a lots of code over there. You just need to first of all just create this.
Okay, that's it from my side, guys. You can start working on your exercise. And Anjali, when they can connect again?
We are just going to connect at 5 o'clock. I'm just going to take.
Hello. So, okay, guys.
Okay, I'm just going to connect at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Guys, please be here at 5 o'clock.
And meanwhile, guys, by 5 o'clock, I want all of you to complete this. And I guess the first one also. Is it clear, guys? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys.
We have to create also. Okay, guys. Now, guys, if you remember in the in morning, we just did certain things like small things that we have covered, like how to create an Angular project from scratch. One thing that we have covered. The next we just covered like how to create a one project using Angular CLI. Now in that I just explain you the structure part over there, if you remember. I have not explained you over there like what is the meaning of certain files and these all. So all of these things I'm just going to talk about now. Okay. Now guys, if you just look at, are you able to see my screen? Can you just reply?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay. Now guys, I'm just going to show you something in front of you. Let's observe the component of some of the pages. Now, have a look guys. You just see this. Can you please just tell me what are the components you are seeing here? If you look at this particular page, I'm just going to highlight something. You need to tell me. If you look at one, some numbering is over there. If you look at the one is representing your main page. If you look at the 2 is representing one search bar. The 3, if we just talk about calendar and I'm flexible over there. The 4th, if you look at another in which the calendar is display. And 5th, if you just adding 1 day, 3 days, and 7 days, if you just look at. Guys, if you look at this particular page, what names you can just say? What names you just over this? I have already given you one sample so that you are able to answer for more later on images. If you just look at this particular page, we are seeing there are so many of different component lies here. guys. Let's take an example. This is the main page component. This is the search bar component. This one is your calendar component, you can say, or click. And this one is once again a toggle calendar case. And this is the increment and decrement button component. Now, I'm just going to explain you these things later on. I'm just going to show you one more picture. Now you need to tell me what are the components over there. Guys, can you please just tell me in this, what are the components? Can you please observe the page and just answer me? Just take an example of previous one. If you look at here, we have a search, we have a calendar, we have an increment decrement button. In the same manner, if you look at here also, okay, zoom in, zoom out, card, map and rental locations, okay. Logo, we have, Pranali, for logo, beta, we require a separate component. Or it can be added to the map area where we just putting switch to hosting and your profile image over there.
It can be added to that bar.
Okay, now have a look. How many components is this talk about? One is your entire page. The blue one boundaries, the till at the bottom. Search view, the totally we can say. The third you can say about your map view, guys. This one, the map view. This is basically a filter, the type of place, price, instant book, room and beds, and more filters. Next, if we just talk about this city container view, different cities is someone's card container, you can say like that also. This complete contain all the three cities. If you just look at one separately containing only a particular city view. Five is the container. And 6 is the city view. Now, if you look at this one is also, guys, just look at on the right hand side, 766, the seventh one. This is a map pins. How you are able to design any web page? It means for each and everything, we just need to define, different components over there. And we are just putting all those components into app component. If you need to design any application like this, so we need to work in okay. Pranali, you just mute yourself, beta, I think. Johnson, can you just take, there are only 9 candidates left. 7 candidates we have here.
Yes, Anjali, I'm checking on it. Yeah.
Why they have left? I have already told them I'm just going to take a lecture at 5 to 6.
Yes, I'm checking on them.
Guys, if you just look at, this is your page. In this page, we have two things. One is a search view, another is map view, two major component. And this search view further contains filter component, city container view, and city view. And this map contains map pins. Here, they are just talking about how to divide your page. It's actually telling you how are you going to divide your particular page. We just do, in place of just writing a one code onto a one component, we just divide it into a small components. We know that your web page is an application, is a tree of components. It's having certain hierarchies. Are we writing code separately for each view? No. If your underlying data is the same, which is getting reused to display in each view, what it means, I'm saying, let's take an example of this. We have a different cities, guys. Only the data is changing, but when we just talk about the look and feel is same. So we are not going to create a component for every city. We just create one component and it's getting a data dynamically at runtime from somewhere in your database, or we can say from your some file. Okay, according to your user's choice or something, they just display the data corresponding to that particular hotel over there. Now, guys, if you just look at, can you please tell me once again, what are the components we have here? Sort options, card, rating, brand and price, like you have covered the mostly all the components. Guys, if you just look at where we have given rating, certain department, brand, price, collectively we just enclose this in as a navbar component also. Yeah, someone has given sidebar info. Researcher, great. Now, have a look. The main page, the two, your sidebar. The three, you just take it as a product grid. 4, review part. 5 is your brand. 6 is your price. In a same manner, if you have more, that can be 7 and 8. You can like this. Now, if you just look at this 7-1, the product card, we have different cards over there. These all are your different cards. It means in this way we are going to create, we are going to divide our applications. So whenever you are just going to design any application, you need to divide like this. Now come to the next component hierarchy. The page 1, side navbar view, product grid. Your product grid contains product card, and sidebar contains the 3 things, and it can be more in the side navbar. If you have color, choice, something like, we just add more over there. Filtering can be more. Now, guys, are you getting my point? What I'm saying? Whenever you are going to design any Angular application, so we need to think whatever the component that we are going to take over there. We are just going to talk about develop SPA using Angular component. How we are able to create the views, guys. Create a view in Angular using component template. We are going to cover certain things, the project data onto template using interpolation and property binding. I'm just going to cover this portion today. This portion is going to be covered tomorrow in the morning, the last 3 topics. Now, if you look at once again, this basically describe the component. Guys, what you can say about component? If you look at, if you remember, I already told you components are the main building block for Angular application. Each component consists of how many files? Guys, can you please tell me? 4. What are those files? HTML, CSS, spec, and .ts. In this CSS, we can say it is a optional file, because if you put what we call it, your CSS in style.css, then there is no need for this CSS file. Okay, now if you look at this component, what are the values that it's displaying over there? If you look at, it should have image URL, the name. If you look at, it have rating also, the price, and it's just showing the category type also. Now, we are able to create certain classes here, guys. Just like you have created model in Java. We just create one class as a product, image URL colon string, name colon string, rating as a number, type as a string, price as a number. In the card component, we are just working with TypeScript. How we declare a constructor? For constructor, we have constructor. Product P1 equal to new product. We are just calling one constructor in which we are just passing the values corresponding to image, name, rating, type, and the price. Just creating another. And we are just here, we just code to display the product. What happens in the card component? In this way, we like it. We are just declaring our values as a default, guys. If you just look at later on, we are able to fetch data from some files or from your database also. If you have more images, so you just need to create a different object over there, and we are just able to do it. I think in this variable, declaring a variable, you don't have any problem. In this only, like we are just going to create a constructor in this class only. Remember, for creating a constructor, guys, what we need to write this constructor, and we need to declare I'm just going to write a one code in the product that you need to write within a, or either I'm just going to write it here in the product one only. You need to write constructor, image URL, string, name, string, rating, number, cat type, colon string, and price. We just close this, and we need to write here this dot image URL. You already know about that. So we first need to create this constructor in your product. In the card component, we are calling this particular constructor over there, guys. Guys, this thing is clear. Because in TypeScript, constructor can be created with the word constructor. Okay. Now, I'm just going to close this. First of all, just clear this. Just going to close this. Now, come to the next part. If you remember, your component is equal to template, your class, and metadata. Either a template or template URL, the view. At the bottom, you have a class. Your class contains properties and methods. And metadata, it means the decorators that is defined in your class. Now, let's have a look. We already know how to create a component. They're just creating a one component. Having a 4 files. And one more thing, they are just telling whenever you are just creating one component, if you remember, when I have created hero, they just created a one folder with the name hero. Here they have created a folder with the name card. They just mentioned that also here. Guys, any doubt here?
Ma'am, what if we want a component without the specs.css file?
Okay. Now, guys, I'm just going to explain the meaning of each and everything. Please focus here. Guys, whenever you are going to work with, whenever you are going to create any component, so there is a one predefined class component. This is a class, predefined class component. And this class is available in which library? Angular 2 hyphen or Angular slash core. If you remember, we just import that particular library, guys. At the rate component, it means it tells us we are creating a component. At the rate component decorator. In this decorator, we have two things. One is selector, another is template. In template, it depends on you. It is a template. In template, we are just going to write a complete body, or if you can use template URL also. That depends on you. Okay, now we need to define the component name. Your component name can be defined by your class name, guys. Have a look. Why we have written a word export? Because we are going to use this particular component somewhere in other file. We just export class bar. The selector, if you just look at, guys, are you able to understand this?
Ma'am, can you please repeat it once again?
Yeah. Beta, whenever you are just going to create any component, this is basically your component.ts file, first of all. Import. If we are going to create any component, like we want this decorator, guys. We want the functionality of component. From where we get the functionality of component? Angular core have one class, that component. We are just importing that class with the first line. In this, we are creating a component. That's why we have written @component. In this, we are just defining a selector and a template. This is a selector. With the help of that, we are just rendered this particular, whatever the page we just going to design. Now, template, the body of your component, we can say like this. Whatever the body, we are just going to declare. In place of template, we are able to write template URL also. That depends on you. If you just write the URL, you need to declare the HTML page over there. We need to define the name of your component. So your component name can be defined by export class tab bar. It means the component name here is tab bar. And if you see the same name, they just put hyphen and just in a small letters. Guys, please tell me anything. Remember one thing, whenever you are going to work with component, selector is a mandatory part over there. Either you just define template or either you just define template URL. That depends on you. Guys, shall I proceed further? Okay. Now, every component requires a CSS selector. A selector instructs Angular to initiate this component whenever it finds the corresponding tag in template HTML. It enters that particular component. Specify a component selector by adding a selector statement to the @component decorator. Component is a decorator, and this is a we can say key value pair. Selector is a key, app-card is a value. Value can be anything. Now, after that, we need to define the body of your component. For defining a body of your component, the same thing they just repeating. Two ways. One is template URL, in which you just defining a HTML page. One is directly the template, your complete body. Guys, till right now, do you have any doubt? No, I think you are able to understand why we have written this, why we have written this. More. Component style can be applied for a template in one of the two ways once again. Either you define style URL. If you define guys style URL, it should be component CSS. or either you just define styles and directly you just define the style. Inline style it means. Just we are defining directly here whatever the CSS is going to apply, that is defined in this file card.component.css. If you remember in heroes, I have written the color in something like aqua and this color red. Do you remember? Okay. Now, this is basically angular structure. If you look at, there are the certain things that we are just going to discuss also one by one more over there. If you look at, this is basically your component. This component might have certain service also. Just take your example in like when you just did database connectivity, you have a service, any additional functionality. So we just define one service class separately. And it can be an injector. It means this component injects this particular service. What happens in the template? We just bind the properties. And we are just going, property binding should be there and event binding. Sorry. Template is going to use certain directives. Once again, I'm telling you what it means by the directive. Directives are the certain predefined, like for if else, for. They just provide us certain predefined methods that we can use. When you just design like for module component, module service, module value, and module, we can say functionalities over there, functions. Now, guys, I'm just going to share my one machine and just tell you the property binding concept. What they're just talking about. Wait a minute. I'm just taking an example of Hero 1 only. Or any, you just choose anything. Guys, first of all, have a look. Or we just talk about app.component.ts. Guys, have a look. Your app.component is empty. I'm going to declare some properties here. Let's take an example. I'm just going to declare one property title and just giving one name, that is app component. On the go to your hero.component.html. Sorry, I have written in app.component.ts now. Yeah, so go to app.component.html, guys. In this, I'm just going to write the head tag. In this particular head tag, I'm just going to write your title tag. In this, I'm just going to use that particular property here. What is the name of my property? Title. This is a way, like double curly braces is basically comes in a syntax. It is basically known as interpolation. to just save it. Okay, I have not run this once again. I just run it. This is my first app. Then we need to write, wait a minute. I'm just going to run ng surf hyphen open. It takes time. Meanwhile, I'm just moving forward. Guys, have a look one thing. We are just importing component Angular core @component selector app root. Template URL is HTML page. File URL is component.cs. Now we have idea about this. We have declared one variable title Angular web page. And on my web page in the heading, we just written welcome Tom.
Screen is not visible.
But how it I have already shared. Wait a minute.
Slide
Stop.
screen is not.
Slide like stop. I think so. Wait, I just explain once again. Wait. Now it's visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay. We are just importing a component. We need to create a component Angular core. We are creating a component. That's why we are using component decorator. In this, we are just declaring certain key value pair. First, the selector, template URL, file URL. Guys, one more thing. Any order you can choose for this. It is not mandatory. You need to declare selector, then template URL, then style URL. Any order you can choose it. Just the keys and values over there. Okay. Now, in the class app component, title equal to Angular web page. This is your HTML page, guys. This template URL page. We just writing heading 1, welcome Tom and Cruise over there. When you just run the application, it just give you welcome Tom and Cruise. Guys, when you try to run this application, every time we just got Tom and Cruise. What I want my data should be dynamic. If you look at, there is no binding between the component and the template. No binding. Because we are not using anything if you just look at this particular HTML page. Now, if you would like to go for a binding, come to this page. We have declared two variables, first name and a last name. Guys, have a look. First name and a last name. There is a mistake. Two curly braces should be closed, guys, before this. If we just would like to take an input from user, in that case, we are able to change this data, guys. Guys, this thing is clear. Can you please tell me? If you declare any variable in your class, you are able, one more thing, how it knows from where we need to access. This is your app.component.html file, this bottom one. And this is your app.component.ts file. So that's why it just refer the this particular class name, guys. I'm not going to talk about this part today. I'm just going to talk about types of binding. Only one-way binding. Whatever I have shown you, that is basically an example of one-way binding. Your view, that is view to you, template that is available in app.component.ts, and this is model. So what it mean by guys model? If you remember the product class where we have declared certain variables, your constructors, or either you just call it getter and setters. That's your model, your Pojo classes, according to Java. If we just talk about one-way binding more, in Angular, a template is basically a chunk of HTML. Within a template, we just define the complete syntax of HTML page. But one more thing you need to take care, if your HTML page contain 1 or 2 line of code, then it is quite good enough to use template. If your HTML page contains more line of code, then it is better approach to use template URL. What happens? Your text interpolation allow us to incorporate dynamic string. What it means? If we just change the data in this particular class, your data is going to be changed into app.component.html also. With interpolation, we can dynamically change what appears in application view, such as displaying a custom greeting that includes the username. Interpolation refers to embedding expressions into marked up text. Remember one thing, your interpolation should be double curly braces. And it is known as delimiters. This, you need to take care of this. You are able to bind as many as properties over there, guys. Now come to the next. If you just look at, is change equal to true? One property, class is equal to spatial. And this is one property, image item URL. In image, we just write item image URL. On the button, we want one text is unchanged. And we, in the para, we are just going to like this, we are just going to access this class. So guys, don't worry for this ng class, disabled, and this how. So I just, I'm not going to talk about this part today. Tomorrow, I'm just going to show you this particular demo and that all part corresponding to disabled, corresponding to this ng class and that all part. But you need to remember the certain things. One is this curly braces interpolation part that you need to take care. With property binding, we can do other things also, like toggle button functionality. We are able to set the path and share values between certain components also. So for binding and element properties, we just enclose them into square bracket, guys. Have a look. This is square bracket, this is square bracket, this square bracket. Whatever the property we have defined here, these all are basically your DOM properties. That we are going to define here. This particular part, I'm just going to like more about this part. I'm just going to explain you tomorrow in a fresh morning. Now I have run some code. Now we need to check. I think your code run or not. What happens? Would you like to use a different port? Okay, just give me the port error. Wait a minute. Yes. It gives me port error, so I'm just change the port. And just share the screen also with you on that particular part. It's just generating a file. Wait for a while. Okay, it is compiled. The port number is 55693.
Ma'am, you haven't saved the code, I think.
I have saved beta. Wait. Oh. No, I have not saved. It's automatically like compiled now. Wait, it just refreshed. Wait a minute. It's just taking a. It might be just. First of all, wait a minute. I need to change the title in this component part. I'm just directly changing over there. I have written in hero component. That in place of writing this, guys. Wait. What I'm just going to do, just modify something. I have declared one title in app component. This title we are going to use as an interpolation. So what I'm just going to do, just go to your app component dot. That's basically index.html. If you just check in index.html, it is title first app is written over there. So that's why we don't get it, the change output over there. Now I'm just writing title here and guys, we got the data. Can you please tell me what is the reason? I got one reply. Import. Okay. Who said repeat once? Can anybody tell me? Ajay, it's not because of import. Beta, first of all, this. Now, guys, why I just make a. If you just look at where I have access title, guys can okay, I just got some reply in index.html page. Okay, index.html page is is the component file for app.component.ts. Can anyone answer me? I'm saying index.html page is the HTML component for app.component.ts. No, na, if we just try to write this title here, are we able to get it? No. I'm just writing once again here. One simple message, hero app. Go to your app.component.html. Here, if you just write it down, title, because this app.component.html is corresponding to app.component.ts. Wait a minute, it's rendered a page.
No. Ma'am, you haven't closed the tag.
Wait. Or either I just do one thing. But I have not declared any tag over there. If you'll just look at. You're talking about title tag? I'm just going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
write the. Wait a minute, beta. It will not give the error, na? So I have written that particular what we call it app.component.html in one paragraph. Guys, have a look. Title. We know that we don't need to write a title here. We want a title here. So that I just tell you later on how we just able to change the title of each and every page. I'm just showing you how to bind the data. If you declare any data, now what we did, go to your app.component.ts. We just declared one variable title. Okay. I would like to access this title into the app.component.html. What we need to use, we need to use interpolation and just your variable name. So we are just doing the binding. It means from your class, we are just getting a data on your HTML page. This is a one-way binding. If you want two-way binding, that we are just going to cover tomorrow. If you are not able to understand this in the morning, once again, I just show you fresh demo and just show you this thing once again. Okay, guys. Now, guys, you just tell me when you are going to complete your challenges. You all have not utilized your, like some of the candidates have utilized their Saturdays and Sundays, some of you not. If you look at, you have not completed